A garden of pure ideology, where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests of vain contradictory thoughts. Our unification as force is more powerful a weapon than any fleet or army on earth. We are one people, with one will, one resolve, one cause. Our enemies shall talk themselves to death, and we will bury them with their own confusion. We shall prevail.
On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984.
Hello guys, so Jerry speaking. About 50 years ago today, Apple has been launched by 3 people. The late Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne. Now, before we read everything about Apple, I'm going to tell you what's been going on, my history behind Apple, okay? Throughout my 20 plus year span with Apple, I have been fortunate enough to talk about the events that have been discussed, and of course just read all about the, and it's fortunate to say how much it meant so much for Apple products. On Christmas 2005, I have been fortunate to get the very first Apple product, and that is of course, let's just say, the iPod Classic that goes with the iTunes Store, that downloads every single show on iTunes Store, except in special like music and so on. Newer coming attraction shows and so much more. That was a good, fortunate enough that I get this from the Disney Channel original movie Cowbells, the stupid Einstein show, which is boring, I know, but people hate me on this one. But anyway, so on. But it was exactly the point I needed to purchase these shows like American Dragon, Jake Long, and so much more. Those are great shows back in the day, especially Yin Yang Yo and so much more. Those are great things back then. The Apple was doing back in 2005, from 2005 to 2000, until Apple iPod Classic did not work on me anymore, because I wanted to focus on Apple, the things I got downloaded for. But then, when the App Store came about, I decided to branch out on iPod Classic to focus on the iPod Touch. In about my 15th birthday, I have and the apps I first got were I'm fortunate enough to get Elmo's Monster Maker. The Superboy app, which is stupid, which I got anyway. I'll upload this on YouTube some other time. But anyway, and especially Rumble. But anyway, what else I got here? I gotta think about it. Oh yeah, some more things like iMovie, YouTube, and so much more. I have got a lot of early apps for back in the day. So there you go. Then 2013 came. I have an iPod Pad Mini, so I just had to film some stuff up there, and it was on iMovie that discovered me to do filmmaking. So there you go. No, and no, iMovie was not on the list for iPod Touch back then. It wasn't until the second and last iPod Touch when I had discovered iMovie from there. So there you go. And then I was using camera mode on iPod Touch when I was doing school videos back then. So there you go. And 2015, I have another iPod iPad mini. It was an iPad mini 2 at the time. And then 2019, I have iPad mini, iPad mini, 5. And then in 2023, it was time for me to get ready to use the iPod Pro. So there you go. And I'm not using the iPod Pro because that much. Well, sometimes, most of the time, because I use it for make products and other things, not to type, whatever, like a mouse or keyboard. That's what I'm doing. Sorry, everyone who wanted me to not type or move the mouse, man. But you know what I meant. But that's the tablets I got. That was the 4 tablets I got from iPad Java. Then in 2014, I had the Mac Mini. So the 4 Mac Minis I have were 2012 edition, the 2017 edition, the M1 edition of the Mac Mini, and finally this Mac Mini that I want to take for you guys. The M4 256 Mac Mini. So easy enough to do it anyway. And then I use the Apple Watch. This is the only Apple Watch I got. And so much more Apple products I got. There you go. All created by Apple. So there you go. And as for the rest, I don't, which I discontinue on. Well, I use 2 Apple TVs. One for, I don't use that much. The other one is still working just fine. There you go. And the other one I used was good, so which I don't use anymore. It's called iPods, and my brother's gonna steal it from me from using it. I just want to throw it away in the trash, but I couldn't, unfortunately. So if he's watching this, don't do that. You know, okay? Because I don't want to throw this in the garbage. So I only do it for copyright reasons. But anyway, for YouTube purposes only. But anyway. Enough of that. Let's just talk about it. So Apple. Anyway, throughout the 50 years of Apple, Steve Jobs had his idea with Steve Wozniak and Ronald Wayne decided to use an Apple computer on their own to maybe have a #1 spot next to Microsoft Windows, which I used to have as a kid. I don't use it anymore, sorry. But anyway, that was a good highlight from Apple, so there you go. It was April 1st, 1976, 50 years ago today, that Apple decided to create, Apple have made their own, that Steve Jobs decided to, and Steve Wozniak, Ronald Wayne, created Apple. So there you go. And it was there that the first machines had was an Apple I, and then in 1977 was Apple II, and there were so many Apple products from this very day from the 70s until then on. I'll read more about Apple for the first half of Apple products for you guys out there, but the first part of a portion of history behind Apple. And then we'll get to our later portion of our history behind Apple when I get to it. So, if you're ready, stand back, grab your popcorn, let's enjoy the ride behind Apple products. Be right there with ya. Now, let's start with the very, very beginning, okay? Apple Incorporated, as was known as, is an American multinational technology company headquartered in Cupertino, California, in San Fernando Valley, best known as a commercial of electronics, software, and online services. Founded in 1976 as Apple Computer Company by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne. The company was incorporated by Steve Jobs and Wozniak as Apple Computer Incorporated the following year. It was renamed to the current name in 2007, the year I was in such qualification for. But anyway, this company has started focus from computers to consumer electronics. Wow. Apple's one of the big tech companies. Wow. The company was founded in 1936 to market Wozniak's Apple I personal computer. Its successor, the Apple II, became one of the first successful mass-produced microcomputers. Apple introduced Lisa in 1983 and the Macintosh in 1984. And some of the first computers to introduce to use the graphical user interface in the mouse. By 1985, the actual conference let the Jobs leave the company to perform NeXT, N-E-X-T for short. It wasn't withdrawn from ventures. John Soley served as CEO for over a decade. In the 90s, Apple lost considerable market share of the PC industry, while price withdrew Bali of Intel Power PC closed running Microsoft Windows, and near bankruptcy by 1997. To overhaul its market strategy, Apple acquired NeXT, bringing Jobs back in the company. Under his leadership, Apple returned profanity to introduce the iMac, iPod, iPhone, and iPad devices. When iTunes Store launched a different advertising campaign and opening the Apple Store retail chain. Jobs resigned in 2011 for health reasons and died 2 months later. Jobs is only 55 years old. Wow. He was succeeded as the CEO by Tim Cook. Now, Apple's product lineup portable and home hardware like an iPhone, iPad, and Apple Watch, Mac, Apple Vision Pro, iPods, and Apple TV. Several health operation systems such as iOS, iPadOS, and macOS. Various software and services include Apple Pay and iCloud, as well as multimedia streaming services like Apple Music and Apple TV. Since 2011, Apple has, for the most part, been the world's largest company by market capitalization. And as of 2024, it's the largest manufacturing company by revenue. Fourth largest PC vendor, largest vendor of tablet computers, largest vendor of mobile phones. Apple became the first publicly traded U.S. company to be valued over $1 trillion. Wow. 2018, and that's October 2025, is valued over just $4 trillion. Wow. So, let me scroll down a little bit. Anyway, so Apple has received criticism regarding its controversies, labor conditions, like that. Relationship with trade unions, its environmental practices, and its corporate efforts includes anti-cosmeticities, like that, natural materials sourcing, acquired in small businesses. Nonetheless, the company has been large bullet and enjoy a high level of customer loyalty. Apple is considered being ranked one of the world's most valuable brands since the late 2000s. Wow. Now, I'm going to tell you the first part of our history right now. Starting with the 70s until the 2007, right now. From 1976 to 1980. Founding and incorporation. Apple Computer Company, something like that, was founded on April Fool's Day of 1976 by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Reagan as a partnership. The company's first product was the Apple I. The company designed and part built entirely by Wozniak. The first night its creation, Jobs sold his Volkswagen bus. Wow. And Wozniak sold his HP 65 calculator. Wow. Never received the full selling price, but together they earned $1,300, equivalent to $7,400 and $225. Wozniak debuted in the first prototype Apple won the Homebrew Computer Club in July 1976. The Apple I was sold to the motherboard with CPU, RAM, and basic texture build chips. A basic kit concept which was not yet marketed as a complete personal computer. It was priced soon after debut for $66.66, equivalent to $3,800 and $2025. Wow. Wasn't aware, so he was aware a concept mark of the Bat Beast number 666. Wow, that was the devil in the numbers. Anyway, in fact, he came up with the price being like repeating digits. Wow, that was just a lot of dollars amount of time. Good, that was just scary. Wow, I know. Now, Apple Computer Incorporated was incorporated in Cabrillo, California on January 3rd, 1977. Without Wayne, sadly, unfortunately, who have left and sold his share of the company back to Jobs and Wozniak for $800, and only 12 days after cold filing it. Wow. Multi-millionaire Mike Marswarga, wow. Provide visual business experience like that and funding of $250,000. Wow. Equivalent to $1,328,000 in $2025. Wow. Jobs and Wozniak during the incorporation of Apple. During the first 5 years of operations, revenue drew exponentially. Wow. Down up about every 4 months between September 1977 and September 1980. Yearly sales grew from $775,000. Wow. U.S. dollars now $118 million to $118 million. Wow, okay. Now it's going to grow to rate oh wow, I did not know. 533%. The Apple II, also designed by Wozniak, was introduced on April 16th, 1977, the first West Coast company fair. It differs from the major rivals at CRS, AE, and Compare PET. The plate came with character cell-based color graphics and open and air architecture, something like that. The Apple I and its early Apple II models used ordinary cassette tapes. Wow, that was nice. And storage devices, which incorporated something like that by the 5 1/4-inch floppy disk drive and upper base, but called the Disk 2 in 1978. Wow. Apple II was chosen to be a desktop platform for the first killer application in the business world. VisiCalc, something like that. A spreadsheet program released in 1979. VisiCalc created a business market in the Apple II and gave it home users an initial reason why to buy an Apple II. The company with the Office, something like that. The Apple II, but Apple II, something like that. Market share remained behind Apple home computers, something like that. Made by competitors such as Atari, Commodore, and Tandy. Wow. On December 12th, 1980, Apple went public to initial public IPO for short, and fully electronic NASDAQ, something like that, stock market, selling $4.6 million share, $22 per share, 10 cents per share, with an additional stock split as of September 3rd, 2022. Got over $100 million, with one more than the capital the IPO since Ford Motor Company in 1956. Wow. But at the end of the day, around 300 millionaires were created, wow, including Jobs and Wozniak. The stock price of $29 per share, and the market cap of $1.778 billion. Wow. Okay, we'll scroll down a little bit. 1980 to 1990, successful Macintosh. I'm going to have to read the Macintosh and timeline of Apple II family, but I'm not going to read that timeline of Apple II company until another date. But anyway, in December 1979, Steve Jobs and Apple employees, including Jeff Raskin visit Iraq's PRC when they arrive in the Iraq's outpost like that. First, gravel into your face, GUI for short, in the mouth. Jobs is navigated with Iraq's and advised to gain access to PRC, some of that technology. And it gains the right to purchase $1 million worth of Apple's Pros some of that IPO, some of that shares. The visit influenced Jobs to impose the GUI, some of that, and Apple's pods. Started with the Apple Lisa 1983. Though he was forced out of the Lisa project during the early development, despite being pioneers in mass market GUI computer. The Lisa suffered from high costs and limited software options, leading to the commercial failure. Wow. Following the removal of the Lisa team, Jobs joined the company's Macintosh division in January 1981. The Macintosh had been envisioned by Jeff Raskin at low cost. Portable computer. And Wozniak had helped in the development in the plane crash of early 1981. Forced him to step back in the project. Well, okay. Wozniak's absence allowed Jobs to take over the project as he refines the Macintosh and mouse-driven GUI machine similar to Lisa. Wow. Wozniak's demonstration that Jobs' sense of morality towards the Lisa project was the driving force behind the sudden shift in direction. Jobs was also hired on the Apple II division, which at the time generated most of the company's revenue. But in 1984, Apple launched Macintosh, the first commercial without the bundled programming language. Its bills were certified by 1984. A U.S. 1.5 million television advertisement directed by Randy Scott there during the third quarter of Super Bowl 18. Wow. January 22nd, 1984. This is hailed by the Water Shield event for Apple's success. It was called Masterpiece by CNN and one of the greatest TV advertisements of all time by TV Guide. Wow. Very exciting. Anyway, let me scroll down, please. Move on. Anyway, the advertisement created great interest in Macintosh. Sales were instantly good, but began to taper off dramatically after the first 3 months as reviews started coming in. Jobs had required 128 kilobytes of RAM, which limited speed and software in favor of expiring by a project price point of $100,000. It went to $3,400 in 2025. The Macintosh shipped for $200,495, equivalent to $7,700 in 2025 dollars. The price panned by critics due to slow performance. In early 1985, the sales slump triggered the power struggle between Steve Jobs and CEO Scott Scully, who had been hired away from Pepsi 2 years earlier by Jobs. Oh my god, here we go. Saying, do you want to sell sugar water the rest of your life, or come to me to change the world? Oh my god, here we go. Scully removed Jobs and head of the Macintosh division, which unmanned support from the Apple board of directors. He was a founder of Apple, for crying out loud. Let him do his Spain. Wow. Anyway, I'm not going to criticize Spain. Anyway, the board of directors instructed solely to manage Jobs and his ability to launch experience forays into untested products. Rather than submit to Scully's direction, Jobs managed to oust him from leadership. This is a stupid idea. Anyway, Gene Lewis Jassy informed Scully that Jobs would have been attempting to organize a boardroom coup and call it an emergency meeting with which Apple's executive staff sided with Scully to strip Jobs out of all operation duties. Jobs resigned from Apple in September 1985 and took several Apple employees for him and took file next, NEXT for short. Wozniak had to also quit his active employment at Apple early in 1985 through his other ventures. expressing his frustration with Apple, treatment of the Apple II division, stating that the company had been going in the wrong direction the last 5 years. Wasn't remained employed by Apple as a representative from that. Receiving a splendid expected to be $120,000 per year. Wow. Jobs one that remained Apple shareholders promoted their departures. Wow. After the departure of Jobs working in 1985, Scully launched the Macintosh 512K that year with a acquired with RAM and introduced a laser wire. Wires, some of that. The first reasonably priced PostScript based laser printer, page maker, newer desktop publishing app taking advantage of PostScript language, was also released by Atlas Corporation in July 1985. It has been suggested that the corporation of Macintosh laser wire page maker was responsible for the McCree and desktop publishing markets like that. And let me scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. Anyway, the production of the desktop publishing market allowed the company to focus on higher price points. It's called the high right policy. The name is production of profits charge. Newer models selling high price points offer high profit margin and appear to not affect total shares and high power users like that. Snap out of every increase in speed. Although some worry about pricing themselves out of the market, the high quality policy was in full force by the mid-1980s. But due to Gene's glossy slogan, the 55 or die. With the 55% profit margins of the Macintosh 2. Wow. This policy began to backfire late this decade as desktop publishing programs appeared on IMB PC companies. Wow. With some of the same strategies of Macintosh as far lower price points. Wow. The company lost its dominant presence in the desktop publishing market, and interests may have the original consumer base, which you no longer afford Apple's products. The Christmas season of 1989 was the first in the company's history to have declining sales. Well, sad man, no. Which led to a 20% drop in the Apple's stock price. During this period, the relationship between Scully and Gassi disoriented. When Scully federally demoted Gassi in January 1990. But at this point, Michael Splinter, his chief operating officer. Wow. Gassi left the company later that year despite the survival of B Incorporated. In 1997, decline and flourishing. Anyway. Oh man, this is getting really boring. The company provided a strategy and in October 1990, introduced 3 lower cost models: the Macintosh Classic, the Macintosh LC, the Macintosh 2 SI, to pronounce it, sorry. All which generated substantial sales due to pent demand. In 1991, Apple introduced a PowerBook, a commercial successful laptop, whose clamshell design influenced later notebook computers. The same year, Apple introduced System 7, something like that. A major upgrade in the Macintosh operating systems and color to the interface and introducing new networking capabilities. The success of the lower cost Macs and the PowerBooks brought increasing revenue for some time. Apple was doing very well, introducing fresh new products and increasing profits. The magazine Mac outlets like that named the period between 1989 and 1991 as the first golden age of the Macintosh. Wow. Sad man, I know. But the successful low-cost consumer Macs, including the LC, cannibalize high-priced machines. To address this, management introduced several new brands selling largely commercial machines at different price points. For different markets, high-end Aquana series, the main range consumer series, and consumer marketing program series. This led to similar consumer confusion about so many models. In 1993, the Apple II series was discontinued. Wow. Expanded to produce, the company decided to stillborn sales of lower cost Macintosh models. In the launch of the LC, Apple introduced developed and create applications of Macintosh rather than Apple II. Wow, this sad man up. Novelized persons to redirect consumers to Apple II and towards Macintosh. The Apple IIe was discontinued in the same year. Apple served with several other unsuccessful targeting products during the 1990s, including quick take, digital cameras, power CD, portable PC, audio players, speakers, and the Pippin video game console, the eWorld online service, and the Apple Interactive Television Box. Apple made special inventions in the Newtown tablet division, but the Newtown was later criticized of high cost of limited commercial success, and commercials have attributed the decision to start that division as part market forecast by CEO John Soley. Throughout this period, Microsoft discontinued the game market from share with Windows. By focusing on delivering software increase expenses by that personal computers, while Apple is delivering a richly increasing but expensive experience by that. Apple reeled on high private margins has never developed a clear response and sued Microsoft to making a GLA subscriber to Lisa. Apple Computer Incorporated v. Microsoft Corp. And it makes more sense, you know. It also dragged on for years. It was probably dismissed. Major product flops and the market loss in the market shares to Windows sold the Apple's requisition. And the same year, 1993, Scott was replaced by CEO Michael Splender. Wow. Says me, I know. But anyway, under Splender, Apple, IBM, and Motorola formed the IAM Alliance in 1994 to create a new computing platform, PowerPC Reference Platform, or PRAP for short. With IBM and Motorola, hardware component with Apple software, the IAM Alliance help perhaps performance on Apple's software to leave the PC far behind and thus counter the loss of Windows. That year, Apple introduced the Macintosh, the first of many computers of what was PowerPC processors with that. In the wake of the alliance, Apple opened up the idea of Motorola and the other companies to build Macintosh clones. Jesus. Over the next 2 years, several about discarded Macintosh clone models were introduced. However, in 1996, Apple executives were worried that their clones would cannibalize sales and high-end computers with third-party margin but highest. In 1996, however, the same year, Splender was replaced by CEO by Joe and Mario, who had hired positions incorporated with Fabian. Mail made big changes, including expensive layoffs and cost cutting. Wow. Period was also marked as numbers and failed attempts to moderate the Macintosh operating systems, the classic Mac OS. The original Macintosh operating system 1 was not built as Macintosh taxes like that. Running simple applications once. The company attempted to correct this by introducing corporate multi-taxing and System 5. But still decided needed a more modern approach. This led to Pink Project in 1988, AUX the same year, Cupwa in 1994, navigated the products of BOS in 1996. Talks would be solved with CEO Former Apple executive G. Willis Goffey demanded $300 million in contract with Apple and $425 million offer. But Apple only weeks away from bankruptcy. Wow. This board purchased Next Step in late 1996 for $400 million with Jane Steve Jobs. Now this is gonna be exciting. 1997 to 2007, returned primarily. This NXT formation was finalized on February 9th, 1997, and this board brought Jobs back with Apple as an advertiser. On July 9th, 1997, Jobs staged a ballroom coup, which was known as Omni's resignation after overseeing a 3-year record low stock price and corporate final losses. The board named Jobs as interim CEO as he immediately reviewed Par's lineup. Jobs canceled 70% of the models, ending 3,000 jobs, and paired with the core of its computer offerings. Next month, in August 1997, Steve Jobs commanded Microsoft to make $150 million investment in Apple's and the commitment to continue developing the Mac software. Wow. Anyway, this is seen as insurance policy from Microsoft, who have been recently settled with the Department of Justice over anti-coercive practice in the United States versus Microsoft court case around them. Jobs donated Apple's internal library archives to Stanford University. Wow. That sounds more exciting. But anyway, to focus more on the present and the future rather than the past, he ended the microphone deals in September 1987, purchased the largest quote maker power computing on November 10th, 1987, the Apple Store website launched. Wow. Which was tied to a new build-or manufacturing model similar to PC power manufacturer Dell's success. This will pay off the Jobs. In the end of his first year as CEO, the company had $309 million profit. On May 6, 1998, Apple introduced an all-in-one computer representing the original Macintosh, the iMac, and the iMac. The iMac sold 800 million units, 800,000 units, in its first 5 months. Advanced legacy technologies such as 3.5-inch DSEC. Wow. The USB connector early. It came with internet connectivity, the iMac, with internet and dial-up bar. Wow. Its striking teardrop shape with translated materials were designed by John Ive. Wow. It's John Ive for short. But yeah, who had been hired by Emilio, who is collaborated with Jobs for more than a decade, to reshape Apple's product design. A little more than a year later, on July 21st, 1999, Apple introduced the iBook consumer laptop. It's committed Jobs' strategy to produce only 4 products, referring to the version of Power Macintosh G3 Net desktop and Power PowerBook G3 laptop for professionals. In the iMac desktop and iPod laptop for consumers, something like that. Jobs said the small product line allowed the greater focus on quality and innovation. While then, Apple has completed numerous of the equalizations to create a portfolio digital media production, software for both professionals and consumers. Apple provided Macaroni's Key Grip digital video editing software project, which is launched as Final Cut Pro, which I have, by the way, to just edit all the projects. In April 1999, Key Grip's development also led to Apple's release of the consumer video editing project iMovie in October the same year. Apple acquired the German company as well in April 2000, which acquired the DVD offering software. DVD Director, which Apple repackaged the project offered DVD Series Pro. We used the technology to create iDVD for the consumer market. In 2000, Apple purchased the SoundJam MB, Apple audio player software from Xarian Screens with that. I renamed the program iTunes, which I have, by the way. It's good enough. Similar to this user interface at C Burning, which is nice. In 2001, Apple changed course to free announcements. First, on March 24th, 2001, Apple announced the release of the new modern operating system, macOS 10. Wow. Which is after numerous of failed attempts in the early 1990s. Several years in development, macOS 10 is based on next step of a step in BSD Unix, dividing stability, reliability, and support in Unix, which is keys of the overall user interface. Second, in May 2001, the first two Apple Store retail locations opened in Virginia and California, offering an improved presentation of the company's products. At the time, May so specified that the store will fail. Wow, okay. But they were more expanded to more than 500 locations worldwide. Wow, okay. Third, on October 23rd, 2001, the iPod 4 digital audio player debuted. That was exciting. The product was first sold November 10th, 2001, and sold over 100 million units within 6 years, which I was one of those people these days. In 2003, the iTunes Store was introduced in the music download for 99 cents. I saw an iPod iteration. It quickly became the market leader in iTunes music store service with over 5 million downloads in June 19th, 2008. I have the iTunes Store, which by the way is a good idea. 2 years later, the iTunes Store was looked for its bargains music retailer. Wow. Scroll down some more. Talk about this anyway. In 2002, Apple purchased Nothing Real. It was advanced in digital compulsion application Shake, and managed the music portability. Excuse me, wait. We'll start over. 2002, the Apple purchased Nothing Real advanced digital computing application Shake and Any Magic with music portability application Logic. The purchase of Magic made Apple the first computer manufacturer to own a music software company. The invention was followed by the development of Apple's consumer-level GarageBand application. The release of iPhone that year fall completed its iOS suite. As a WWDC keynote address on June 6, 2005, Jobs announced that Apple would move away from PowerPC processors. Wow. Apple moved Mac tradition to Intel processors in 2006. On January 10th, 2006, the new MacBook Pro and iMac became the first Apple computers from the Intel Core Dual CPU. By August 7th, 2006, Apple made the tradition of Intel chips for the entire Mac product line. Within 1 year sooner than announced, the Power MacBook and PowerBook brands will retire for the tradition. The Mac Pro, MacBook, and MacBook Pro began their respective successors. Apple introduced Boot Camp in 2006 to help the user install Windows XP and Windows Vista on their Intel Macs alongside the Mac OS X. But between early 2003 and 2006, the price of Apple's stock increased more than tenfold from around $6 per share, split in just to over $8,080. Anyway, when Apple surpassed Dell's market cap in January 2006, Jobs sent an email to Apple employees saying Dell CEO Michael Dell should eat his words. Wow, that was exciting. 9 years prior, Dell said that he was random. Apple, he would shut it down and give the money back to his shareholders. That is a no-go. When we come back, well, hold on, come right back. Stand by. Back, folks. Sorry about that. I just had enough space for just to read 2007 till the present. Let's get back to it. Hang on, stand by. Okay, back, folks. Sorry about that. I just checked my Explorer to see how long Apple's parts is my film's gonna take, but part 46 my film's gonna take, but I just gotta do it anyway. But I'm back now. Let's get back to it. But anyway, 2007 to 2011, success with mobile devices. During this keynote speech with the Macworld Expo on January 9th, 2007, Jobs announced the renaming of Apple Computer Incorporated to Apple Incorporated because the company has broadened to its focus from computers to consumer electronics. The event has also saw the announcement of the iPhone and the Apple TV. The company has sold 270,000 first-generation iPhones during this first year, 30 hours of sales. And some industry commentators described the device of a game changer in the industry. In an article posted on Apple's website on February 6, 2007, Jobs wrote that Apple would be willing to sell music on the Apple iTunes Store without digitalized management, with Ferry allowing tracks to be played on the third-party players. Wow, that was just sad, man. No. A records label who agreed to drop the technology. Excuse me. Anyway, on April 2nd, 2007, Apple EMI jointly announced the removal of DRM technology from EMI's catalog in the iTunes Store. This is sad, man. I know. February, May 2007. Other record labels eventually followed suit, and Apple published a press release in January 2009 to announce that all songs in the iTunes Store are available without the Fair Play DRM. In July 2008, Apple launched the App Store to sell the third-party application of iPhone and iPod Touch. Within a month, the store was sold 60 million application registration of average daily revenue of $1 million, with Jobs' separation in August 2008. Wow. That the App Store will become a billion-dollar business for Apple. By October 2008, Apple is the third largest mobile handset supplier in the world due to the popularity of the iPhone. In January 14th, 2009, Jobs announced the return mobile that will be taking a 6-month medical leave of absence from Apple until the end of June 2009. That will spend the time focusing on his health. The email, Jobs said that the security of my personal health continues to be a distraction not only for me and my family, but everyone else at Apple as well. Explaining that the break would allow the company to focus on delivering extraordinary products like that. Joe was absent at recording this non-holiday core Q1 FY 2009 during this recession like that, with revenue of $8.16 billion and profit of $1.21 billion. Wow. After years of speculation and multiple number leaks, Apple revealed a large screen tablet-like media device known as the iPad on January 27, 2010. The iPad ran for the same touch base, which is good enough for me because I love doing that much better than this nowadays. Sorry. The brain system as an iPhone. That's a good thing. Take note nowadays. Anyways, and all iPhone apps were complete with the comparable to the iPad. To give the iPad a large app qualities on launch, though having a low development time before release, the later that year on April 3rd, 2010, the iPad was launched in the US. It sold in 40,300,000 units in the first day, and 500,000 by the end of the first week. In May 2010, Apple's market cap exceeded the competitor Microsoft for the first time since 1989. Wow. So exciting stuff right there. In June 2010, Apple released iPhone 4, which introduced video calling using FaceTime, multitasking, and a new design with exposed stainless steel frame as a phone's antenna system. Later that year, Apple began refreshing the iPod for the line by introducing a multi-touch iPod Nano, an iPod Touch with FaceTime, an iPod Shuffle, brought back the quick wheel side, buttons and earlier generations. It introduced the smaller, cheaper second generation Apple TV with which allowed the rental of movies and shows. On January 17, 2011, Jobs announced as an international Apple member they would take a number of medical leave of absence for an initial period to allow him to focus on his health. Chief Operating Officer COO Tim Cook observed Jobs day-to-day operating the Apple. Although Jobs would still remain a bunch of the major strategic decisions, Apple became the most valuable consumer-facing brand in the planet, and has considered being among the most valuable brands since then. In June 2011, Jobs took a stage and unveiled the iCloud, an online storage and second source of the music, photos, files, software. We replaced MobileMe and Apple's mobile previous attempt to contact selling, seeking something like that. This was the last product launch Jobs would ever attend before his death. On August 24th, 2011, Jobs resigned his position as CEO of Apple. He would be replaced by Tim Cook. And Jobs became Apple's chairman. Apple did not have a chairman at that time, and instead had two lead directors, Andrew Jung and Arthur D. Levinson, who would continue those titles until Levinson replaced Jobs as chairman on the board in November after Jobs' death, 2011 to 2020. Post-Jobs era and new devices. On October 5th, 2011, which Remix told me about this, Steve Jobs died, marking the end of the era for Apple. The next major product announcement by Apple was on January 19, 2012, when Apple's Phil Schiller introduced iBooks, textbooks for iOS and iBooks offer for macOS 10. In New York City, Jobs stated in the biography Steve Jobs, which I have to read it during book review some more time, that he wanted to prevent the textbook industry in education. Okay, scroll down. Anyway, for 2011 till 2012, okay, Apple released the iPhone 4S and Apple on iPhone 5. Anyway, the iPhone. Anyway. Which features improved cameras and intelligent software assistant named Siri, which I hated Siri to death. I'm sorry. And cross-linking data with iCloud. The third and fourth generations of iPads, which features return to display. The iPad Mini, which I had, by the way, years ago, to be honest, which features a 7.9-inch screen. In contrast to this iPad's 9.7-inch screen. These launches were successful. The iPhone 5, released on September 21st, 2012, becoming Apple's biggest iPhone launch with over 2 million pre-orders. Wow. sell 3 million iPads in 3 days, following the launch of iPad mini, 4th generation iPad, released November 3rd, 2012. And Apple then also released a 3rd generation 13-inch MacBook Pro, miniature display, and the new iMac and Mac Mini computers. I have Mac Mini so many times, but anyway, on August 20th, 2012, Apple raising stock price increased the company's market capitalization to then record at $624 billion. The non-measures adjusted for record to market capitalization previously set by Microsoft in 1999. On August 24th, 2012, the U.S. jury ruled the Samsung sold pay Apple $1.5 billion. Wow. 665 million pounds of Samsung usage. Wow. And damages in the commercial property lawsuit. That is sad, man. No. Samsung appealed the damages award and was as well as $450 million. And this is sad, man. No. Further grade, Samsung requested a new trial. On November 10th, 2012, Apple confirmed a global settlement that dismissed all existing lawsuits between Apple and HTC, something like that, up to that date. In favor of that 10-year license agreement, the current future relations between the two companies, it presented that Apple will make $280 million US per year for the deal with HTC. In May 2014, Apple completed its intent to acquire Dr. Dre and Jimmy Ogvine's oil company, which I was close with the company, that's the person's name. But anyway, Jimmy Ogvine's oil company, Beats Electronics. The producer of the Beats by Dr. Dre line in my headphones. Speaking of parts, the operator of the music streaming service Beats Music for $3 billion US. Wow. So the products through Apple. Retailers, operators, and resellers. Offline believed that Beats have been always belonging with Apple. The company modeled itself as Apple's unmatched ability to marry culture and technology. The coalition was the largest products in Apple history. During a press event September 9th, 2014, Apple introduced a smartwatch called the Apple Watch. Initially, Apple marketed the device to the fashion industry, anyway. The equivalent of the iPhone, wow. That will allow people to look at their smartphones less. Over time, the company has focused on its developing health and fitness-oriented features in the watch, and in fact, to complete with the dedicated activity trackers. In January 2016, Apple announced their 1 billion Apple devices that are active use worldwide. Wow. On June 6, 2016, Ford released the Fortune 500, and then a list of companies ranked on revenue generation and trading final year in 2015. Apple listed the top tech companies and ranked third overall with US $233 billion revenue. This represents a movement upward of 2 spots from the previous year's list. Wow. In June 2017, Apple announced a HomePod smart speaker and able to compete against Sonos, Google Home, and of course Amazon Echo. I probably don't have it anyway. Towards the end of the year, TechCrunch reported that Apple was acquiring Shazam, a company that was introduced at parts of WWDC, and especially in music, TV, film, and advertising organization. The acquisition was confirmed a few days later, reportedly costing Apple $400 million US, with media reports that the purchase looks and the move to acquire data and tools fostering the Apple Music streaming service. Aside, the purchase will probe the European Union in September 2018. Also in June 2017, Apple appointed Jamie Ulrich and Zach Van Amberg to head the newly formed worldwide video unit. In November 2017, Apple announced it was branching out the original script programming, a drama series starring Jimmy Addison and Reese Witherspoon. The reboot of the anthology series called Amazon Stories, Amazing Stories with Steven Spielberg. And in June 2018, Apple signed the Wires Global America's Norman Basic Agreement and Oprah Winfrey the multi-year partnership. After an actual partnership for original series includes Sesame Workshop and DTHX Media. Surgery's stupid penis worldwide, sorry. And, partnership with A24 to create original films. Part of it was very excited, but that's just me. But yeah. During Apple's special event in September 2017, the AirPower wireless charger was announced alongside the iPhone 10, the iPhone 8, and Watch Series 3. The AirPower was intended to wirelessly charge multiple devices. Seriously, through initial set release in early 2018, the AirPower will be cancelled in March 2019. This is sad as me, I know. Marking the first cancellation device under Coast leadership. And on August 19th, 2020, the pandemic year, Apple share price previously the top $467.77. Wow. Making the first U.S. company to market a combination of $2 trillion in U.S. Wow. 2020 to 2024. Traditionally, Intel CPUs, legal combinations, and settlements. During the same WWDC keynote speech on June 2nd, 2020, Apple announced it will move away from Intel processors and the backward transition to process development house. I'm fortunate to say this, folks. I know I'm picky here. I love the keynote say, "Good morning! Good morning!" instead of doing the "Good morning" and "Welcome to the day." Well, why is that happening? Why? I love doing this thing. Why wouldn't you do that more? When the announcement was suspended to industry analysis, and it's been noted that Macs to feature Apple's measures will allow for big increase for performances over corporate Intel-based models. On November 10th, 2020, the MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, and Mac Mini became the first Macs powered by the Apple Prize design processor, the Apple M1. In April 2022, it was reported that Samsung Electro Magnetic Modem will be cooperating with the Apple and M2 chips instead of LG analog. Wow. The developers' logs shows that at least 9 Mac models, 4 different M2 chips were being tested. The Wall Street Journal, let me scroll down a little bit. Wall Street Journal. Anyway, I haven't scrolled up like this. Anyway, the Wall Street Journal reported that Apple's effort to develop its own chips left the better prepared to deal with the semiconductor storage increase during the pandemic hit us. Which led to increase preparedly. Sales of M1 based Macs, computers rising sharply in 2020, 2021 could do differently. Anyway, no inspire other companies like Tesla, Amazon, Meta platforms, and Preserve SuperPad. Then in April 2022, Apple opened an online store that allowed anyone in the U.S. to view repair manuals and order replacement parts for speculated recent iPhones about the difference in the cost between the market and offer official repairs and explanations minimal. Scroll down. Anyway, in May 2022, a trademark was filed around the U.S. An operating system reported partly intended for virtual and augmented value headsets, first mentioned in 2017. According to Bloomberg, the headset may come out in 2023. Further insider reports say that the device using scan repayment commission to sign accounts. Sad to say it may come to my attention, but oh well. Then in June 2023, Apple formally announced that it first mixed reality headset, which is good. The Apple Vision Pro, which ran a new Vision OS operating system. The headset was released on February of 2024. On June 18, 2022, the Apple stores in Townsend, Maryland became the first to organize in the U.S. Wow. With employees voting to join the International Association of Manufacturers and Aerospace Workers. Wow. On July 7, 2022, Apple had lockdown mode and Mac OS 13 iOS 16. Sad to say, sadly. In response to the earlier regulations, the mode increased security protections to high-risk users against targeted zero-day malware. Wow. Now, I was safe because it would make more sense. Anyway, the Apple launched a buy now, pay later service called Apple Pay Later. Now, with Apple Wallet users were in March 2023, the parent program now allows its users to pay apply for loans between $50 and $1,000. Wow, to make online in-app purchases and then pay them through 4 installments spread over 6 weeks without any interest or fees. November 2023, Apple agreed to the $25 million in settlement for the U.S. Department of Justice for cases why Apple was discriminating against U.S. citizens in hiring. Apple created jobs that were not listed online and that requires a paper submissions applications. While advising these jobs, that requires foreign workers as such part of the coordination of PRM. Wow. In January 2024, Apple announced compliance with the European Union's competition law. With major changes with the App Store and other services effective on March 7th. Disable US iOS users the 27 nation block to use Operation App Stores, not a payment methods with apps. With this as a menu in Safari and Medallion operating browsers, such as Chrome and Firefox. In June 2024, Apple introduced Apple Intelligence to incorporate on-device Apple Intelligence AI capabilities. That's good news for me, unfortunately, because I had to remove some stuff on there. But anyway, on November 1st, 2024, Apple announced coordination of Pixel Mayor, a company known for its image editing applications for iPhone and Mac. Good news for me, at least. Apple was previously showcased Pixel Major apps during this product launches. Including Pixel Mayor Pro and its Mac app of the year 2018. For its optimization use of machine learning and AI. Its announcement, Pixel Mayor stated that there will be no significant changes to existing apps following the application. On December 31st, 2024, the settlement that filed the Oakland, California level court that alleged Apple unlawfully recording the private conversations. Wow, that's just sad, man. No, that happened before. Wow. Through commercial Siri airlines. That's sad, man. No, and I'm sharing them to third parties, including advertisers. Apple agreed to $95 million in cash settlement to resolve this lawsuit, which the Siri doesn't violate user privacy. It's sad, man. No, while denying any wrongdoing, outside of the case, allowing affected users probably claim up to $20 million per device. Rather set $28.5 million in fees from the settlement fund. Wow. Now, 2025 for President Development investment raising AI capabilities into the products and challenges. Now, this is calling my attention that we'll be celebrating its anniversary now, and we'll talk about the products afterwards. Okay? In 2025, Apple undertook the largest investment in innovation to date, announcing a commitment to spend over $500 billion in the United States over the following 4 years. Wow. The assistant strategy includes the opening of a new manufacturing facility in Houston to produce servers supporting Apple Intelligence, expanding of research and development in fields like silicon engineering and AI, and the establishment of a new advanced manufacturing facility in Detroit. The company is also pledged to develop the U.S. Advanced Manufacturing Fund and increase coordination with American suppliers, aiming to increase tens of thousands of jobs related to R&D, AI, and manufacturing technologies. The software landscape of Apple underwent a transformation in 2025, and its worldwide weapons development WWDC. Apple introduced a new liquid glass design language, will allow unified systems design updates across iOS 26, iPadOS 26, macOS Timeline, and other platforms. Now, in some way, expanded the capabilities of Apple Intelligence, the company's personal AI system. According to Apple, these updates were intended to address personal criticisms, fragments, some of that interferes in the use of on-device and cloud-based AI to improve privacy and user experience. Despite continued growth in this service sector, including the new all-time highs for services revealed in the March quarter and launched updated models such as an iPhone 16e and for MacBook Air, Apple faced some challenges. The company said 90% of decline in stock value per year to date. Ongoing administrative investigations by U.S. Department of Justice, legal dispute involving the App Store, putting the AI space experience by that. With viral exchange ground, high-profile departures, and political tensions, including calls of Apple manufactures iPhones, especially are face tariffs, and the pressure some of that, and they've been cited by analysts concerning the difficult year for CEO Tim Cook. In December 2025, Cook met with U.S. House members to push back against the App Store Melody app, which could require the Apple and grocery users ages and possibly collect some of the data on children. January 12, 2026, Apple announced a partnership with Google Gemini for AI-powered Siri. On January 20, 2026, which is the same month and year, Apple acquired QAI. And there's artificial intelligence startup spanning imaging, machine learning, technology, audio processing. Financial terms not disclosed. From media reports, international acquiring at nearly $2 billion. Wow, U.S. This Apple's second largest purchase to date. Following the deal, QAI's I am so sorry, folks. By the time I'm recording this last night, I was having a difficult time trying to do this whole air effect where you see in this video saying, QAI's cha 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 cha. I'm like, what is the deal, man? I was overwhelmed, trying to get ready for sleep, and all of a sudden, hanging out with family. And it was probably taped last night and didn't know what to do next, but excuse me. Nonetheless, I'm okay, but I'll finish this read right now. Here we go. Following the deal, QAI, someone that founder and approximately 100 employees joined Apple. In February 2026, U.S. lawmakers requested that the United Kingdom's government provide a briefing is now started or for Apple to build a backdoor into its unrated devices. Explains devices for that. Explains concern about privacy and security as well as such a SAS. Got all fixed now for you guys. I'm sorry that caused me the error going taking like seconds of editing, but I got all fixed now for you. We're gonna take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll do the products and some of the products we'll show you guys. We'll be right back at these commercial breaks. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Apple, the first 50 years of celebration, the 50th anniversary of Apple. I am so sorry for this delay. I just came back from talking to Remix. He told me basically things that are not related to the LJPs beyond circumstances with the exception of one. Take Live Easter egg hunt special live stream. But I will say that was a good idea, which I'm gonna be part of it. But the rest of the ideas were some of them were good. Some of them, well, the Apple live stream. Yeah, I thought he told me things that are not necessary, you know. But I will say this is just. Which I'm not okay with, you know, but I will say, the Apple Watch will be excited, but I will say some things I will have to say that are not okay, but we'll talk about it. Stay till April 12th, 2026 to figure this out. Anyway, at around 7 p.m. Anyway, let's get back to the special event, shall we? So we got for us. Anyway, since the company's founded into the early 2000s, something like that, Apple's primarily sold computers, which are marketed as Macintosh. Since the mid-1980s, since then, the company has expanded the product categories into various portable devices. Starting with the now defunct discontinued iPod, which it needs to be still there. In 2001, later with the iPhone 2007, an iPad 2010. Also, Apple has also sells several other products that are categories as wearable home accessories, such as the Apple Watch, Apple TV, AirPods, which I don't care of, HomePod, again, which I don't care of, and Apple Vision Pro, which is exciting. And as of 2023, there have been over 2 billion Apple devices and has used worldwide. Commentators have described Apple devices as forming an alternative ecosystem which used together. And it's also criticized them with reduced practicality of fewer features which use with comparing devices. For later Apple's primary features, software and services, an approach often described as a wall and garden. Corey Dodderall, a Canadian underrated property researcher and activist, characterized Apple's strategy of promising incorporating some of that his own products while reducing functionality for computers, parents as an anti-competitive practice. Now, start with Mac, for instance. With the exception of one we'll not discuss here because I will have to say this one's absolutely the worst of the bunch, which I'll talk about anyway. Mac, which was sort of Macintosh, something like that. It's often named since official name until 1999. Apple's line of personal computers that are used the company's proprietary Mac OS operating system. Personal computers were Apple's original business line, but as of the end of 2024, their account was only about 8% of the company's revenue. There are 6. I'm doing 5. Well, I'm doing getting 5, but not 6 personally for me, unfortunately. For that my time range. Mac computers, families, and production, sadly. Unfortunately, that was just my case. iMac, consumer all-in-one desktop computer, introduced in 1998. Mac Mini, which I have by the way. Computer sub-desktop computer, introduced in 2005. MacBook Pro, personal notebook, introduced in 2006. MacBook Air, consumer over-thin notebook, introduced in 2008. Mac Studio, professional small form workstation, introduced in 2022. Finally, this worst of the bunch, MacBook Neo, low cost over-thin notebook, introduced this year, which is stupid, I know. Mac uses Apple Silicon chips running at macOS operating systems and include Apple Safari, web browser, iMovie for home movie editing, which I use by the way. I use iMovie by the way, and Final Cut Pro. But anyway, GarageBand for movie creation, network production suite. Anyways, Apple also sells programs like Final Cut Pro for video production, Logic Pro for musicians and producers, which is great for because I wanted to be a rock musician, heavy metal. But an Xcode for software developers. Apple sells varieties of accessories for Macs, including Studio Display and Studio Display XDR. Magic Mouse, which I don't use that much. I use this mouse, thank you. It's called Dell mouse. Anyways, Magic Trackpad, which I don't use that much, sorry. Magic Keyboard, again, I use 2 different types of keyboards. One's that keyboard, and the other one's a Logitech keyboard now. Latest and current series of Mac include either M5 Apple Silicon chip, specially released with a new Mac Studio model in summer 2026, and already available MacBook Pro, and 18 power MacBook Neo, which is boring, I know. Highest person visual, and you have a MacBook Pro again, stupid idea, I know. Now, moving on to iPhone for a bit. The iPhone is Apple's line of smartphones, with running with iOS operating system. The first iPhone was revealed by Steve Jobs on January 9, 2007. Since then, the new iPhone models have been released every year. Which introduces multi-touch screen, which is a good idea. Good thing the touch wings, not the other way around. But described as a virtual reality and a game changer for the phone industry. The device has been created the app industry. iOS has been one of the 2 major smartphone platforms in the planet. Wow, almost like stupid Android. We know. Okay, the iPhone has been generating the largest profits in the company. It's created with the help of to make Apple one of the world's most valuable property trade companies. In the end of 2024, the iPhone accounts may have the company's revenue. Now, move on to iPad for a bit, and we'll scroll up a little bit. iPad, the iPad is one of tablets, which runs iPad OS. The first generation of iPad was announced on January 27, 2010. The iPad is made marketed for consumer multimedia, creating art, working on documents, video conversations like that, playing games. The iPad lineup several base iPad models, small iPad mini, upgraded iPad Air, and high-end iPad Pro, which I have by the way. Good thing I have iPad mini, iPad Pro 2, not the iPad Pro 5. If you watch this M5 chip, but I'll get to that months to come. Stay tuned, Remix. Don't force me to get this. Anyway, Apple has continuously improved the iPad's performance. With the iPad Pro, I'm having the same M series chips and some Mac. Okay? But the iPad still received criticism for the limited OS. But unfortunately, I'm not a keyboard person, but on the tablet, but you know, that's just me. In September 2000, in 2020, something like that, I was sold more than 500 million iPads. For the sales peak in 2013, the iPad still remains the most popular tablet computer by sales. The second quarter of 2020. It accounted for 7% of this company's revenue at the end of 2024. Also, several iPad accessories as equal to the Apple Pencil, which I'm going to get, by the way, rather than the smart keyboard portfolio, magic keyboard, and several adapters. I'm sorry, but Apple Pencil is what I needed. But anyway, but this is a much better thing. It's called upside down. Anyway, Cooper cases. Just how you can protect my iPad like that. But anyway, other products such as I will make some other products that categories like that. It's wearable home accessories. Products includes AirPods, line of wireless headphones, Apple TV, digital media players, Apple Watch smartwatches, Beats headphones. I don't use that much. Sorry. I use the different type of headphones like that. But anyway, like it's called. Let's see. I got it from more. It's called a Sony headset. Take notes, everyone. But HomePod, smart speakers like that. The Vision Pro Mix Rally headset. Okay. At the end of 2024, the spotlight of price comparison is about 10% of the company's revenues. Services. I was offered by the line of services including advertising in the App Store and Apple News app, which I'm going to use. Two different types of apps. The Apple Care Plus expansion warranty plan, the iCloud Plus child-based data storage services like that, payment service through the Apple credit card, which I'm gonna get, by the way. I was gonna get it years ago, but it's not there. You know, the Apple Pay processing platform. Digital content service includes the Apple Books, Apple Fitness Plus, Apple Music, Apple News Plus, Apple TV, formerly Apple TV Plus, and the iTunes Store. And the Apple also provides Apple One, which is a bundle of these services. At the end of 2024, the service compares about 26% of this company's revenue. 2019, Apple announced it will be making a concerted effort to expand its service revenues. Now, let's go over these things before we begin our marketing, okay? Start with the products, okay? First, and we'll get to the marketing thing, okay? Here are the following. We'll read all in one, okay? All at once. From the 70s to now, okay? The top one of Apple products is listed all computers, phones, tablets, wearable, and other products made by Apple Incorporated. This list are the release dates of products, Macintosh personal models, and often personally and other models, in which case they are omitted in favor of initial twin. In the 70s, they used Apple 1, 2, Disk 2, which is a different drives in the time from this continued in 1984 at the time. But Apple II Plus, Apple II Real Plus, Apple II J Plus, Bell and Hall to this 2, and finally Apple Standard Type. Those that came out in the 70s. Now let's move on to A's now. From 1983 to 1983. Here we go. Apple III is 1. 2 is Model 2B. Prayer 2A is 1. Is 3. 39 is like that. Dogs, cat is no one, but Monitor 3, Monitor 2, Raspberry Pi, this 3 was another one of them. September 1st, 1981 is the following. Apple Profile, Apple 3 Revisited, the Apple Dot Matrix Prayer, Apple Daisy Wheel Prayer, Apple 2 Free, Apple Lisa, which is not a thing anymore, Apple 3 Plus, and Apple Image Writer. Then in 1984, there's a thing called Apple Lisa 2, which I don't get. I'm sorry, but anyway. And then that's January 24th, 1984. Things are going to change with Macintosh 128K compact thing. And this continued just about days later, months later, September 10th, 1984. Macintosh disk drive came, this 400K, and Apple Modern 300, 1984, Apple Modern 1200, 1984, and April 1st, 1984, just about 8 years after the anniversary of Apple, there's a thing called Apple IIc, which is led by Apple II, Apple Scribble Prayer, Apple Mouse 2C, this 2C. At May 1st, 1984, there's a thing called Do This. June 1984, there's a thing called Apple 410 Color Par, and Apple Image Wide Carriage. There's prayers, by the way. September 10th, 1984, Macintosh 512K, and Macintosh 128K revised. September 10th, 1984. Then there's a page called December 1984 Apple Color 100 displays as follows. Then the next one, 1985, January 1st, 1985 had Macintosh, what number is this? Hang on. What number? XL. So anyway, April 1st, it's continuing April 1st, 1985. Apple Laser Wire, Apple Local Talk Connector. Then March 1st, 1985, Apple II, it chatted. April 1st, 1985, Apple Personal Power, Apple Image Wire 2. June 1985 was called Apple UD Desk. And September 1985, Macintosh Hard Disk 20, Apple UD Desk 3.5, Apple Color Monitor 2E, Color Monitor 2C. 1986 are as follows. Oh man, this will be a buttload. Okay, of read time. Macintosh Plus in 1986, January 16th. Then we got Microsoft 800K external drive. Apple Laser Wire Plus, something like that. April 14th, 1986, Macintosh 512KE. Then we got September 15th, 1986, we got a buttload to talk about. Apple II GS, followed by Apple IIc Memory Expansion. We got Apple Hard Disk 20SC. And then Apple 3.5 drive, Apple 5.25 drive, Apple Color RGB monitor, Apple Monitor monitor, and Apple Color Cosmic monitor. Then 1987 we got the following. Macintosh Plus Platinum and Apple IIe Platinum in January 1987. March 2nd, 1987 we got Microsoft SC, Microsoft Macintosh 2. Wow. Apple Color of Iron Revolution RGB monitor. Then August 1987 we got the 4 more followings. Image Wire LQ or something. I don't know what that pronounces. Sorry, but it's LQ. But Apple Fax Modern, Apple PC 525.25 drive, Apple Tape Backup 40 SC. 1988 is the following. There are 5 of them. MyAdvisor, 2 SC, 2 NT, 2 NTX. There's a pair name. I don't know what you call it. But anyway, Apple CD SC, Apple Scanner, Apple 2 C Plus, and finally, a Macintosh 2X. Wow. Okay. Move on to the next one. 1989 this is the last one for the decade. We got a lot to talk about from 1989. January 19th, 1989, Microsoft SC3. To 1991, October 21st, Compact. Then 1989, March 7th, we got about 4 of them to talk about. Macintosh 2 CX, Apple II page monochrome monitor, Microsoft Macintosh Port display, Apple High Resolution monochrome display, and then in July 1989 we got Apple Modern 2400. August 1st 1989 we got Microsoft SC FDHD, and then Apple FDHD SuperDrive. Then September 28th, 1989, we got Microsoft 2 SCI and Microsoft Macintosh Portable. So anyway, October 1st, 1989, we got Apple 2 GS 1MB ROM free. And that's it for the 80s. Move on to 1990s. First off, we got 1990. We got Microsoft 2FX from March 19th, 1990. June 1st, 1990, we got Portable Razor Wire SC. And then finally, October 15th, 1990, we got 3 of them. We got Microsoft Macintosh, something that we went SLC, something like that. Microsoft Classic. And finally, Macintosh 2 SI, something like that. Anyway, 1991 at this following. Anyway, February 11th, 1991, we got Microsoft Portable Backlist Screen. And then March 1st, 1991, we got 3 of them, something like that. Anyway, have a 2E card, Portable Laser Wire LS, StarWire. July 1st, 1981, we got Portable Laser Wire NT. 2 of them from October 1st, 1981, we got Razor Wire 2F, Razor Wire 2G. October 21st, 1981, we got Microsoft Classic 2, Microsoft Core 700, Microsoft Core 900, PowerBook 100, PowerBook 140, PowerBook 170. Wow. 1992, we got Bubble to talk about. March 1st, 1982, we got Portable Razor Wire NTR. And March 23rd, 1982, we got Microsoft Macintosh LC2. May 18th, 1992, we got Macintosh Core 950. August 3rd, 1992, we got PowerBook 145. September 14th, 1992, we got Apple Portable Plus Display. And then finally, we got a buttload to talk about. October 19th, 1992, we got Macintosh 2 at VI, Macintosh 2 VX, PowerBook 160, PowerBook 180, PowerBook Duo 210, PowerBook Duo 260, something like that, and PowerBook Duo Dock. It's a lot to talk about there. But anyway, 1993, that's a lot to talk about 1993. Wow. Okay, let's start with the beginning. January 1st, 1993, we got StarWire 2, Apple Color Prayer, and then Razor Wire Pro 600, and Razor Wire Pro 63. February 10th, 1993, we got Macintosh LC3, Microsoft Color Classic, Microsoft Quad 610, Microsoft Surface Quad 650, Quad 800, PowerBook 165C, LaserWire Select 300, Microsoft LaserWire Select 310. And March 22nd, 1993, we got the following: Warproof Server Wargroup Server 95, Power CD, Apple Design powered speakers. June 7th, 1993, we got PowerBook 145B, PowerBook 1 AC, and then June 1st, 1993, that's going to be a buttload of June. But anyway, we got the Personal Laser Wire 300. June 23rd, 1993, we got Portable Scout Wire. June 28th, which is my 2 days before I was even born in 93. I was born in 95, by the way. Got Macintosh LC 520. July 26, 1993, we got Workgroup Server 60. Then we got the next ones in the lineup. Oh my god, wow. July 29, 1993, we got about 2 more. Macintosh Server Quad 660 AV, followed by Quad 840 AV. August 1st, 1993, we got Apple AutoVision Display. Then we got August 14th, 16th, 1993, we got Newton Message Pad PowerBook 165. October 1st, 1993, we got 3 more. LaserWire Select 360, LaserWire Pro 810, and Power Snow Laser Wire 320. October 18th, 1993, we got Macintosh LC 3 Plus. And then October 21st, 1993, we got a buttload to talk about here. Macintosh TV, which I have enjoyed TV a lot, but it's a great way to watch TV. But is it? We'll talk about it right now. Anyway, Macintosh TV is a personal computer with integrated television properties released by Apple Computer in 1993. Apple's first computer television integration. It shares the initial appearance in Macintosh LC 500 series, but in black. Wow. Macintosh TV's initial professional 520 that can switch to the built-in 40-inch Sony version CRT from being a computer display to a cable-ready television. Oh wow, okay. It is compatible to showing television in the desktop window. Although it can capture some frames and PICT files, it comes in a small credit card size remote. Oh man, control. That is compatible with Sony televisions. First Macintosh to be made black and comes with the matching black keyboard and mouse. Later appeared Apple was issued a custom-made black Performance 5420 in Mac markets outside the United States that many of these features and Mac TV. Apple's similar TV tour card was a popular option that later see LC, Personal Series, and select models and Power Macintosh LG3 beige computers. Only 10,000 were made in the miles short time in the market. Well, that was sad, unfortunately. But, it was short-lived for this device, unfortunately. But anyway, it was discontinued on February 1st, 1995. Well, that is sad. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Then we got Microsoft Macintosh Core Classic 2. And then we got the Core 605. Core 610, Core 650, PowerBook Deal 250, PowerBook Deal 270C, and finally, Apple Color Plus 14-inch display. Wow, a lot to talk about here. Oh man, okay, there's a buttload for 94. I'll stand by, folks. Be right back. I'm back, folks. I am so sorry, huge delay. I just came back from a few hours watching some Instagram stories, some other things random. Hang on, come right back. Back, folks. I just got my computer glasses on. Anyway, we'll get back to the production of from the 2000s to 2020s as soon as I'm done with the entire, let's just say, hang on. Bye, folks. Sorry about that. I was looking at the video on YouTube and other things. But yeah, I just want to get back to swinging things. But anyway, let's get back to the project now. Here we go. 1994. We got February 1st, 1994. Macintosh LC 550 and Microsoft LC 575. Color Style Wire Pro. Apple Quick Take 100. February 28th, 1994, we got one of them. That is Quad 610 DOS compatible, something like that. March 14th, 1994, we got Power Macintosh 6100, Power Macintosh 7100, Power Macintosh 8100, something like that. That's three of them. I thought it was four, but it was three. Okay. Anyway, April 25th, 1994, we got Workgroup Server 6150, Workgroup Server 8150, Workgroup Server 9150, and then that's it. May 16th, 1994, we got PowerBook 520C, PowerBook 540C, PowerBook 550, PowerBook Deal 2A, PowerBook Dual 2AC, and PowerBook Dual .2. July 18th, 1994, we got Quad 630, PowerBook 150, Apple Multiple Scan 15 display. And September 1st, 1994, we got one of them. That is, of course, two of them, excuse me, Color StyleWire 2400, RazorWire 16/600 PS, my that. And November 3rd, 1994, we got Macintosh LC 630. And finally, we got December 1st, 1994, we got Pippin. Never heard that coming from Apple. So we got not a whole lot from 1995. So we'll come right back from 1995 right after this. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Apple documentary to celebrate 50 years of the product. I am so sorry, huge delay. I just gotta do my one-time episode, of course, and being lazy all the time during production of part of the scene number 2 of this whole entire thing, plus pause and everything, but nonetheless, I just got done with all of that. Anyways, guys, let's get back to production right now, so shall we? So we got for us. Anyway, 1995, year I was born. February 28th, January 28th, 1995, so right. I'm 95, which is power Macintosh 6200/6300. February 23rd, 1995, the other hand, is Power Macintosh A115. April 1st, 1995, StyleWire 1200. April 3rd, 1995 is Macintosh LC 5A. And Power Macintosh 5200 LC. May 1st, 1995, we got Power Macintosh 6200. May 15th, 1995 is PowerBook Dual Dock Plus. June 1st, 1995, just days away before I was born, how we have 3 more. laser wire 4/600 PS. Color laser wire 12/600. And finally, color style wire 2200. June 19th, 1995, we got just about 8 days, or something like 9 days before he was born. But anyway, it's Power Macintosh 9500, which is defined February 17, 1997. But anyway, August 7, 1995, we got Power Macintosh 7200, Power Macintosh 7500, Power Macintosh 8500, Alvision 1700, 1710, and finally, Apple the Manageable Scan 14 Pop Display. And finally, August 28th, 95, just 2 months after I was born, are as follows. PowerBook 190, PowerBook 5300, Power Macintosh 5300 LC, and finally PowerBook Dual 2300 SC. Okay, 96, we got, if we can scroll down correctly, there we go. We got a buttload of this. January 11th, 96, we got Power Macintosh 3215. Then we got Power Macintosh A515. January 15th, February 15th, 96, we got Apple Network Server 500. Apple Server Network 700 150. Anyway, February 17th, 96, we got Power Macintosh 5400. February 19th, 96, we got Color Style Wire 1500, Color Style Wire 2500. February 26th, 96, we got Workgroup Server 3250, Workgroup Server A550. April Fool's Day 96, we got Power Macintosh 7600. April 15th, 96, we got Power Macintosh 5260. April 22nd, 96, we got 2 more. Power Macintosh 7200/120 PC compatible. Power Macintosh A200. May 1st, 96, we got Razor Wire 12/6.8 PS. June 27th, 96, which is the day after before I turned 1. We got Power Macintosh 6300. And October 1st, 96, we got Power Macintosh 6400. We call it laser wire 660 PS, something like that. Anyway, October 16th, 96, we got Apple Network Server 700, 200. It's Network Server. And November 15th, 96, we got Power Macintosh 4400. And November 20th, 96, we got PowerBook 1400. And that's where Steve Jobs come into play for the following. 97, we got a buttload from 97. February 17th, 97, we got Power Macintosh 5500, Power Macintosh A500, Power Macintosh 3220, Power Macintosh 300, Power Macintosh A600, Power Macintosh 9600, PowerBook or something like that, 4400. March 7th, 97, we got AMA 300, which I did not know at the time. March 20th, 97, we got 20th Anniversary Macintosh. Wow. By Power Macintosh, which is unheard of, by the way. April 21st, 97, we got Workgroup Server 3350. And Workgroup Server 9650. May 8th, 97, we got PowerBook 2400C. And June 16th, 97, we got Color Style Wire 4400, Color Style Wire 4500, Color Style Wire 6500. August 5th, 97, we got Razor Wire A500. And finally, Apple Color Sync, Apple Vision 450 display. November 10th, 97, we got Power Macintosh G3 display, desktop, something like that. Power Macintosh G3's main tower, PowerBook G3. So this is all what Steve Jobs is doing, and he just wanted to just steal all that by doing these balls. 98, we got 5 more. Power Macintosh G3 IAO, and they come back with Apple. When March 2nd, 98, we got Power Macintosh Server G3, and March 17th, 98, we got Apple Studio Display. That was exciting. May 2nd, 6th, 98, we got MacBook G3 series. August 6th, 15th, 98, we got iMac G3. That's exciting stuff. See here. Here we go. That's a picture of an iMac G3. And that's exciting stuff right there. Generation 3. But anyway, 1999. And then that's all the last ones we got for that decade. We got January 5th, 1999. We got two more. Power Macintosh G3 blue and white. Macintosh Server G3 blue and white. May 10th, 99, we got PowerBook G3. Seen here in that picture released in 1999. Okay, that's a look about that for Apple. Then July 21st, 1999, we got iBook G3. Seen here in this picture, seen here. And it's all about stuff like this anyway. Okay. An airport 802.11b Gravely. Okay. August 31st, 1999, Macintosh Server G4. Anyway, September 1st, 1999, we got Siemens display, 22 inches, something like that. October 5th, 1999, we got iMac slot lowly. And finally, October 13th, 1999, we got Power Mac G4 Graphics, something like that. Probably Power Macintosh. And the 2000s, we got not a whole lot, so to talk about. Anyway, February 16th, 2000, we got PowerBook Pismo, and July 19th, just 2000, we got three more. Power Mac G4 Cube, cinema display, 24 inches, ADC. Finally, Apple speakers, USB. And September 13th, 2000, we got iBook FireWire. Of course, you have iBook. In 2001, we got about, not a whole lot either. PowerBook G4 Germanium, Power Mac G4 Digital Audio, and Apple speakers. May 1st, 2001, iBook Write. July 18th, 2001, Power Mac G4 Quicksilver. And September 8th, 2001 is Silver G4 Quicksilver. And November 10th, 2001, this is going to be exciting. iPod first generation, which is exciting. I don't have that at the time, so there you go. That's not my first iPod. That's not the iPod I got. 2002 was basically this. iMac G1 15-inch, that's January 2nd, 2002. And iBook 14-inch. iBook 2002 eMac. That's something exciting. And May 14th, 2002 was the Expert Serve. August 1st, 2002, iMac G4 70-inch. An iPod second generation. That's also exciting. August 13th, 2002, Power Macintosh G4 MDD, something like that. And August 22nd, 2002, Power Macintosh Server G4 MDD. And not a whole lot in 2003 either, so there you go. So January 7, 2003, we got three more. PowerBook G4 Illumination, it's 12-inch, plus the 17-inch. Then we got the AirPod Extreme first generation. Very exciting stuff right there. February 10th, 2003, we got Excerpt, Slot Loading, Cluster Node, and RAID. Okay? And then May 2nd, 2003, we got iPod third generation, an iPod Classic. And then January 23rd, 2003, we got Power Mac G5, of course, the Power Macintosh. Then September 16th, 2003, we got PowerBook G4 Illumination at 50-inch. And then we got October 22nd, 2003, we got iBook G4, 12-inch and 14-inch. And then November 18th, 2003, we got iMac G4, 20-inch. And then 2004, January 6, 2004, we got Xbox G5 and Quantum Note G5. And then iPod Ear headphones, which that was unheard of. And January 8th, 2004, we got iPod Plus HP. Never seen that coming. And February 20th, 2004, we got iPod Mini, which never heard of that yet. Okay. And June 7th, 2004, we got Airport Express 2.11G. June 9th, 2004, we got Macintosh G5FX. Okay. This will be very exciting. On my 9th birthday, we got Cinema Display 20-inch, 23-inch, and finally 30-inch. Then on July 19th, 2004, we got 4th generation iPod. Now on August 31st, 2004, we got iMac G5 17-inch, and finally 20-inch. October 16th, 26th, 2004, we got iPod Pro. Wow, that was a week. It was a fire on my 10th birthday. Wow, I had never heard of this before, but that's fine. And then 2005, that was my very first year of being a Apple Pods type of guy. January 11, 2005, we got Mac Mini, not iPod Shuffle, first generation. January 21st, 2005, with iPod Mini for second generation. And September 7, 2005, we got iPod Nano. And August 7, 2005, we got Apple Mighty Mouse, which I don't know which I heard of. October 2005, we got iPod 5th generation, which is my first iPod I ever used. This scene here was my very first iPod. The 5th generation that has video inside. That is my very first iPod I ever used. This scene here. It has videos and everything else. Let's go back. It has some languages inside. But anyway. Yeah. That has me my second. This is my very first iPod I ever wanted to use. Music videos, videos, extras, saying simple songs. That was my very first iPod. This one I don't have it at the time. So there you go. Anyway, moving on to the next one. Continue. On October 19th, 2005, Power Macintosh G5 Dual Core. So there you go. Anyway, moving on. 2006 was the following. Maybe some for some of you. But January 10th, 2006, iPod, iMac, early 2006. iPod Radio Remote. And February 14th, Valentine's Day 2006, we got MacBook Pro 15-inch. And then February 28th, 2006, we got Mac Mini Core Solo. Wow. And same with the dual version. And then iPod Hi-Fi. Wow. Okay. So on April 24th, 2006, we got a MacBook Pro 17-inch. Wow. Then on May 16th, 2006, we got MacBook. July 13th, 2006, we got Mac 9 plus iPod. Okay. Then on August 7th, 2006, we got Mac Pro. And of course, the X server Intel. Wow. September 6th, 2006, we got iMac mid 2006 version. And September 12th, 2006, iPod Shuffle, second generation. And September 25th, 2006, iPod Nano for second generation. Wow. Again, that was unheard of. Then, 2007, the year that LJP CBM was born. Okay? March 21st, 2007, we got Apple TV first generation. Then we got June 29th, 2007, which is the day the day after I turned 12. We got iPhone first generation 4GB and 8GB. Wow. Then on an iPhone Bluetooth headset. That was exciting. August 7th, 2007, we got iMac mid 2007. That's exciting stuff right there. I have a Mighty Mouse again, which I heard of. Revive, wow. I have a keyboard with numbered keypads. Well, this is another exciting stuff right there. I have a wireless keyboard, all of them. Mac Me, mid-2007. And September 5th, 2007, we got iPod Now, 3rd generation. iPod Classic, 6th generation. And finally, iPod Touch, 1st generation, 8 and 6 gigabytes. So that was, so I have the 2nd generation, which was my very first iPod Touch I ever had. We'll get that in a little bit. 2008, or third, I don't know, maybe get into it a little bit. But anyway, 2008, we got, January 8th, 2008, we got, Experts, early 2008. Oh yeah, it was the very first, second one, so that was defined September 2008. Anyway. Experts early 2008 on January 8th, 2008, then the Mac Pro early 2008. Then January 5th, 15th, 2008, we got MacBook Air early 2008, and then USB Super Drive, previously MacBook Air Super Drive. It was defined on August 2024. Wow. Oh my god, unfortunately, say this. It was sad, man, no. Now, February 5th, 2008, we got iPhone first generation, 16 gigabytes. Then February 26th, 2008, just 2 days before, right after Elton's first anniversary, we got MacBook early 2008, MacBook Pro early 2008, 50-inch, and 70-inch. Then February 27th, 2008, just 3 days after the anniversary of LGBM, we got iPod Touch first generation, 32nd gigabyte. February 29th, 2008 was a time capsule first generation. March 17th, 2008, we got Airport Express 1802.11 first generation. Wow. April 28th, 2008, we got iMac early 2008. Then we got July 11th, 2008, we got iPhone 3G, 8 gigabytes and 16 gigabytes. I wish my foot's not going to be able to be sleeping. You know, this is my case. Anyway, iPod Nano 4th generation in September 9, 2008, followed by iPod Classic 6th generation, 120 gigabytes. Wow. Okay. Then iPod Touch 2nd generation, 8 gigabyte, and 32 gigabytes. Then we got the ear headphones. Unfortunately, that never happened because I needed that so badly in this. Unfortunately, but anyway. Hold on. Next, October 14th, 2008, we got MacBook Air, late 2008, saving the late 2008 white, and on them, and 50-inch MacBook Pro. So today with the MacBook Air, late 2008. But anyway, MacBook Air problem. Anyway, I messed with the words. But anyway, an LED cinema display, so 24-inch. And then in 2009, we got January the 6th, 2009, we got MacBook Pro, early 2009, 70-inch. January 29, 2009, we got MacBook, early 2009, white. March 3rd, 2009, we got a lot. Wow. To talk about Mac Mini, early 2009, a Mac, early 2009, Mac Pro, early 2009. Time to go slow. Generation 500 gigabytes. Wow. And second generation 1 terabyte. Wow. It's been a lot. I should have done this years ago. Wow. Okay, that makes more sense. AirPod Extreme for Air 2.11, 3rd generation. An Apple keyboard short. March 11th, 2009, iPod Shovel, 3rd generation, 4 gigabytes. April 7th, 2009, Experts, 2009. May 27th, 2009, MacBook Mid 2009. June 8th, 2009, MacBook Pro, and Air Mid 2009. June 19th, 2009, we got Apple iPhone 3GS, 1622 gigabytes. Oh wow. July 30th, 2009, we got Thomas West 2nd generation, 2 terabytes. That is a lot. Wow. What is up to right now? Let me see. Show does forever. Let's see. Airport to Define 2018. Wow. That was sad. Anyway, move on. Anyway, September 9th, 2009, we got iPod Now, 5th generation, iPod Classic, 6th generation, 160 gigabytes, and iPod Touch, 3rd generation, iPod Shovel, 3rd generation, 2 gigabytes. Okay, move on to the next one. Oh, come on, scroll down for me. Thank you. Finally, October 20th, 2009, we got iMac, late 2009, MacBook, MacBook Mac Mini. Anyway, Magic Mouse and AirPod Extreme 2.11 and 4th generation. Next one is 2010s. Now, I mean by that, well, it may make more sense anyway. Next one is, we'll say, not a whole lot for 2010, so let's say anyway. March 31st, 2010, we got Time Glass 3rd generation. Then we got April 1st, 2010, we got iPad Wi-Fi. Next one is April 13th, 2010, we got MacBook Pro. Mid-2010, well, April 30th, 2010, we got iPad Wi-Fi 3G. Okay. May 18th, 2010, we got MacBook mid-2010. June 15th, 2010, Mac Mini mid-2010. June 24th, 2010, which is 4 days before I turned 15. iPhone 3GS, 8 gigabytes, okay? An iPhone 4 GSM, 16 32 gigabytes. July 27, 2010. iMac mid-2010. Magic trackpad, Apple battery charger, LED cinema display 27 inches. August 29, 2010, we got Mac Pro mid-2010. September 1st, 2010, we got iPod Touch 4th generation, which I have, by the way, in early 2010s. So there you go. 8 to 64 gigabytes and 22 gigabytes respectively. And iPod Nano 6th generation, followed by iPod Shuffle 4th generation, and finally Apple TV 2nd generation. October 20th, 2010, we got MacBook Air late 2010. And that was it for 2010. Moving on to 2011 now. Not a whole lot during my struggles, but anyway. February 10th, 2011. We got iPhone 4 CDMA. 16 to 32 gigabytes. iPhone. Anyway, February 24th, 2011, which is the 4th anniversary of LGBM. We got MacBook Pro early 2011. March 11th, 2011, we got iPad 2, 16, 22, and 64 gigabytes. Wow. May 1st, 2011, iMac mid 2011. June 21st, 2011, we got iPod Extreme 2.11 N, 5th generation. And finally, Time School 4th generation. July 20th, 2011, we got MacBook Air mid-2011 and same with Mac Mini. And Time School display. October 14th, 2011, we got iPhone 4, 8 gigabytes, iPhone 4S, 16 gigabytes, and iPhone 4S, 32, and 64 gigabytes. October 24th, 2011. MacBook Pro, late 2011. Same with 2012. We haven't not gone. Oh, it's a lot for 2012. Wow. iPad 3rd generation and Apple TV 3rd generation is March 16th, 2012. Now we got MacBook Pro for mid-2012, followed by MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, and MacBook Pro Retina display, 3rd generation, 50-inch, for June 11th, 2012, and then we got Airport Express 1802.11n, second generation. Okay? And then September 12th, 2012, we got AirPods with 33.5mm connector. And then iPod Touch 4th generation, 16 gigabytes. Then we got, it's a current one? Let me see. Oh, that's a current one. It says, and then it says anything that's current, okay, at the time. That's what, take notes, that's the better one than this. And, the AirPod ones. But anyway, move on. Next. Anyway, where are we? Oh, yes, okay, move on. September 21st, 2012, we got iPhone 5. Then we got October 11th, 2012, we got iPod Touch 5th generation, and iPod Nano 7th generation. Then we got October 23rd, 2012, we got Mac Mini, MacBook Pro, with better display for generation, 13 inches, late 2012 editions. November 2nd, 2012, we got iPad Mini 1st generation with Wi-Fi. iPad 60 gigabytes. iPad Mini 1st generation Wi-Fi 1312. I'm skipping. 32 and 64 gigabytes. iPad 4 Wi-Fi 60 gigabytes, 32 and 64 gigabytes. And on November 16th, 2012, iPad Mini Wi-Fi cellular 60 32 64. iPad 4 Wi-Fi cellular 16, 22, and 64. November 30th, 2012, iMac 21.5 inch, late 2012 editions. And finally, December 2012, iMac 27 inch, late 2012 edition. Okay, 2013 is going to be a whole lot of stuff. January 28th, 2013, Apple TV, 3rd generation review A. February 13th, 2013, okay? We got the MacBook Pro early 2013 edition. May 30th, 2013, iPod Touch 5th generation, 16-inch gigabytes. June 10th, 2013, AirPod Extreme 812.11 AC. Airport time for display 812.811 AC, and finally MacBook Air mid 2013. September 20th, 2013, iPhone 4S 8 gigabytes. iPhone at 5C 1632, and finally iPhone SE 1632 and 64. September 24th, 2013. I'm at 24.5 inch and 27 inch, late 2013 edition. October 24th, 2nd, 2013, we got MacBook Pro, Retina 2013 edition. November 1st, 2013, we got iPad Air 16, 32, 64, and 128. November 12th, 2013, we got iPad Mini 2, Retina display 16, iPad Mini 2, Retina display 32, 64, and 428. That's a lot of iPad to talk about. But yeah, December 19th, 2013, we got Mac Pro, late 2013 edition. Wow. Feeling 2014, there's not a lot to talk about. But anyway, let's talk about it now. March 18th, 2014, we got iPhone 5C 8 gigabyte. April 29th, 2014, we got MacBook Air, early 2014. June 18th, 2014, we got iMac 21.5 inch, mid 2014 edition. June 26th, 2014, we got iPod Touch 60 inch, 5th generation, mid 2013. July 29th, 2014, the day before I got this Mac Mini the first time, 2012 edition. We got MacBook Pro, random, mid 2014. September 19th, 2014, we got iPhone 6, 16, 64 gigabytes, and 128. Something like that. an iPhone 6 Plus, 16, 24, 64, something like that, and 128. October 16th, 2014, we got iMac with Retina 5K. Wow. 27 inch, late 2014. And same with Mac Mini, late 2014. October 22nd, 2014, we got iPad Air 2, 16, 20, 64, 128. And iPad Mini 3, 16, 24, 128. It's a lot to talk about this iPad Mini stuff. Wow. 2015, we had MacBook Air 13 inch early 2015, same with 11 inch early 2015 on MacBook Air, and finally MacBook Pro Retina 13 inch early 2015, MacBook and Retina 12 inch early 2015 from March 9th, 2015, April 10th, 2015 respectively. April 24th, 2015, we got Apple Watch first generation, Apple Watch 4 Sport Edition first generation. But anyway, May 19th, 2015, we got MacBook Pro Retina 15 inch mid 2015, iMac Retina 25K 25 inch mid 2015. July 15th, 2015, we got iPad Touch 6th generation 32 and 128, 164 gigabytes of limits. Now, this might be the last iPod Touch before it was gone, or except for 7, because 7 might be the last one until it's gone. I love the iPod so much, unfortunately. So that was my first era of iPods. I fade before it was iPads and iPhones. But anyway, September 9th, 2015, we got iPad Mini 4. 16 and 64 gigabytes, 32 and 128. September 25th, 2015, we got iPhone 6s, 16 gigabytes, and 64, 128. iPhone 6s Plus, 64, 128. There you go. October 13th, 2015, we got iMac 21.5 inch, late 2015, followed by iMac Retina 24 4K 21.5 inch and 5K 27 inch, late 2015. Magic Mouse 2 Lightning, Magic Keyboard Tracker 2 Lightning, Magic Keyboard first generation. Fortunately, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing, but that's just me. Anyway, move on. October 30th, 2015, we got Apple TV HD, previously Apple TV 4th generation 32 and 64, followed by Siri Remote, which I'm not a Siri person, sorry, first generation. And November 11th, 2015, we got iPad Pro, 12.9 inch, 32 128, Apple Pencil first generation, Smart Keyboard, and that's the current Apple Pencil. That's just good. First generation is good. And 2016, one of the worst years ever in history of LGBM. We got iPad Pro 9.7 inch. iPhone SE first generation. That was in 2016. But March 21st. Anyway, first anyway. iPad Pro 12.9 inch, 256 gigabytes. And that's all on this date. Then the worst day of LGBM history, April 19th, 2016. Don't get me started on that day. I'm sorry. It's the worst day in LGBM history. It's the MacBook Retina 12 inch, early 2016 edition. Then on September 7th, 2016, iPad Air 2, 32 gigabytes iPad. Then on September 16th, 2016, iPhone 7 32, 128, 256. Then we got iPhone 7 Plus 32, 128, and 256. Then we got AirPods with Lightning on the connector. So boring, sorry. And then iPhone 6s 32, iPhone 6s Plus 32 gigabytes, like that. Anyway, Apple Watch Series 1 and 2. and Apple Watch Hammer Series 2 and Edition 2, Series 2. But anyway, then we got October 27th, 2016, we got a MacBook Pro 13-inch 2016 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports. Same with the 4 Thunderbolt 3 ports in 2016 in my MacBook Pro. And MacBook Pro in 50-inch 2016, one of the worst years in Elchum history. But in October 28, 2016, Apple Watch 9 Plus Series 2. And finally, December 19th, 2016, thank God that one of the devil years is over, it's AirPods first generation. And thank God the devil year is finally over. But anyway, moving on. 2017. March 10th, 2017, iPhone 6, 42GB. March 21st, 2017, iPhone SE first generation. 32GB and 128. March 24th, 2017, we got iPad 5th generation. June 5th, 2017, we got the following list of names, okay? The same ones. I'm going to go over that as September 22nd, 2017 a little bit. We'll go over June 5th, 2017 now. iPad Pro 12.9 inch, second generation. Wow. iPad Pro 10 inch. MacBook Air 13 inch, 2017. MacBook Retina 12 inch, 2017. MacBook Pro 13-inch 2017, 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports. MacBook Pro 13-inch 2017, 4 Thunderbolt 3 ports. MacBook Pro 15-inch 2017. iMac 21.5-inch 2017. iMac rendered 4K 21.5-inch 2017. And finally, iMac rendered 5-inch 5K 25-inch 2017. And there's one more. Magic keyboard number keypad. Yeah, why? The next one we got is on the following. December 22nd, 2017. And now as follows. Okay? Apple TV 4K, first generation. Then we got Apple Watch Series 3. Apple Watch Hammer Series 3. Apple Watch Edition Series 3. Apple Watch Night Plus Series 3. And Apple iPhone 8 64GB and 256GB. Apple iPhone 8 Plus 64GB and 256GB. And November 3rd, 2017, iPhone 10. And December 14th, 2017, iMac Pro 2017 edition. And 2018, we got February 9th, 2018, we got iPod first generation, which is not my thing. I'm sorry. And if you want to take it there, throw in the trash, you know. Anyway, March 25th, 2018, we got iPad 6th generation. July 12th, 2018, we got MacBook Pro 13-inch 2018 for 3 ports. And MacBook Pro 50-inch 2018. And September 21st, 2018, we got Apple Watch Series 4, Apple Watch Harmony Series 4, Apple Watch Night Plus Series 4, and iPhone XS and iPhone XS Max. Now, October 28th, 2018, we got Apple iPhone XR, 64GB, 128GB, and 256GB. Then on November 7th, 2018, buttload names. Apple Pencil second generation, Smart Pen Keyboard Polio, iPad Pro 11-inch first generation, iPad Pro second 12.9 inch third generation, a MacBook Air random 30-inch 2018, Mac Mini 2018 Intel Core i3. Finally, Mac Mini 2018 Intel Core i5 and i7. What's the deal, man? In 2018, there is a buttload of names. Let's go over them. Anyway, March 18th, 2019, we got iPad Air 3rd generation, iPad Mini 5th generation. March 19th, 2019, we got iMac Retina 4K 24.5 inch. 2019, same with iMac Retina 5K 27 inch. 2019. March 20th, 2019, we got AirPods 2nd generation, okay? March 21st, 2019, we got MacBook Pro 30 inch. 2019, 4.1 free reports. MacBook Pro 50 inch. 2019. May 28th, 2019, we got iPod Touch, the last generation, 7th generation. Unfortunately to say this, I love iPod Touch. Sadly. But you got the point. July 9th, 2019, we got MacBook Air, brand 13 inch, 2019. And MacBook Pro, 13 inch, 2019. 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports. And August 20th, 2019, with Apple Card, iPhone accessories. And September 20th, 2019, we got the following list of names. Here we are. Apple Watch Series 5, Hermes, Nike Edition Series 5. iPhone iPhone 8, 128, and 8 plus 128 gigabytes. iPhone 11 Pro and Pro Max. And September 25th, 2019, we got iPad 7th generation. October 30th, 2019, we got AirPods Pro 1st generation. November 13th, 2019, we got MacBook Pro 16 inch, 2019. And finally, December 10th, 2019, we got Mac Pro 2019. And then we got Pro Display XDR, which defined, sadly. I love this thing to death. Why got rid of it, you know? Well, it's because it costs a lot of money, and unfortunately, it just it lasted 6 years. So yeah, that was unfair for me, unfortunately. So yeah, it needs to stay where it's at, you know, where it's not. Where has it? We introduced a brand new Pro Display XDR number 2. Why not? You need to do that, man. Anyway, move on. To 2020s. And that is, of course, the following. I'm sad to say, because I'm not really a keyboard person for tablets. I'm more a keyboard person on computer. But that's just me. March 18th, 2020, we got iPad Pro 11 inch 2nd generation. Same with 12.9 inch 4th generation for iPad Pro. Magic Keyboard with iPad. Magic Air Retina 13 inch 2020. Then April 24th, 2020, we got iPhone SE 2nd generation. Now May 4th, 2020, we got MacBook Pro 13 inch 2020, 4 Thunderbolt 3 ports. MacBook Pro 13 inch 2020, 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports. August 4th, 2020, we got iMac Retina 5 inch, 27 inch 2020. We got a buttload of names from September 18th, 2020. Here they are. Apple Watch Series 6, Hermes, Nike, and Series 6. Here we got. And Apple Watch SC, and then we got iPad 8th generation. October 23rd, 2020, we got iPad Air 4th generation, iPhone 12, iPhone 12 Pro, and then we got November 13th, 2020, the pandemic year. I know it's hard, but anyway. We got iPhone 12 mini, iPhone 12 Pro Max, MagSafe charger, 15 watts, and MagSafe dual charger. It's hard, I know. And then we got November 16th, 2020, iPhone mini white, and HomePod mini space gray. November 17th, 2020, we got Mac Mini M1 2020. I don't use it anymore. Take notes, Mom. But anyway, so Mac Mini, MacBook Air, 13-inch M1 2020, and MacBook Pro, 13-inch M1 2020. December 15th, 2020, we got AirPods Max first generation Lightning. Wow, I don't use AirPods that much, so sorry. But anyway, I use the Sony headset. But anyway, more on. Next. Then 2021, we got the one. Oh man, I don't use that much. AirTag, first generation. I'll use an iPhone, but not an AirTag. Sorry. But anyway. May 21st, 2021, we got Apple TV 4K second generation. And then we got Siri Remote second generation, which I'm not into Siri, sorry. iMac 24-inch M1 2021. Magic Keyboard with second generation Lightning. Magic Keyboard with Touch ID Lightning. Magic Keyboard with Touch ID numbers keyboard, keypad, which I'm not into keyboards with the tablet. But anyway, an iPad Pro 11-inch third generation. iPad Pro 12.9-inch 5th generation. July 13th, 2021, we got MagSafe battery pack. And September 24th, 2021, we got iPad 9th generation, iPad mini 6th generation, iPhone 13, original mini, Pro, and Pro Max. October 8th, 2021, we got Apple Watch Series 7, and October 26th, 2021, we got the following names. iPods 3rd generation, MagSafe charging case for AirPods Pro. Anyway, MacBook Pro 14-inch M1 Pro and M1 Max 2021. MacBook Pro 16-inch M1 Pro M1 Max 2021. Apple polishing cloth, okay, that's good. And HomePod Mini, yellow, orange, and blue. What? And then, March 2018, 2022, we got Apple Studio Display first generation. Well, that's good news for me, because I needed that. Let's see if that works. Studio Display has a second generation, second 20 days ago. I need to get that much money to save on that much money on this. So, that's good. So, I needed that. Studio Display is a successor to this one. Okay, that's fine. So, that should be fine, I guess. So, Studio Display it is. And that'll cost me a buttload of money to save. How many gigabytes that will take? Hang on. Let me see. How much gigabytes that was? Yeah, I'm gonna save that much money. Yeah. Anyway, I want dry, but no. Okay, never mind. Move on. iPad Air 5th generation, followed by iPhone SE 3rd generation, and finally Mac Studio, June 5th, 2023. That's the defined date. But anyway. And then we got June 24th, 2022, we got MacBook Pro. And July 15th, 2022, we got, MacBook Pro 13-inch M2 2022. Anyway, July 15th, 2022, we got MacBook Air 13-inch M2 2022. And then September 16th, 2022, we got Apple Watch Series 8 SE second generation. And then that's one, I need to get some more of Apple Watches. And then iPhone 14, then original Pro, and then Pro Max. Then September 23rd, 2022, we got iPhone Pro, second generation Lightning case, and Apple Watch Ultra. That's exciting. And then October 7th, 2022, we got iPhone 14 Plus. And then October 26th, 2022, we got Magic Keyboard Full. iPad 10th generation. iPad Pro 11-inch 4th generation. And iPad Pro 12.9-inch 6th generation. Okay. And November 4th, 2022, we got Apple TV 4K 3rd generation Series Remote. Not a Series person like I said, but that's just me. And then 2023, we got January 24th, 2023, we got Mac Mini M2 Pro 2023. Then we got the MacBook Pro, M2 Pro, M2 Max, 14-inch 2023. MacBook Pro, M2 Pro, M2 Max, 60-inch 2023. Then on February 3rd, 2023, we got HomePod 2nd generation. June 13th, 2023, we got Mac Studio, M2 MX, MX Ultra 2023. That's exciting. Mac Pro M2 Ultra 2023. MacBook Air 50-inch M2 2023. There's a buttload to talk about in of names to talk about on September 22nd, 2023. Here they are. Apple Watch Series 9, Apple Watch Series Ultra 2, and Apple iPhone 15, Original Plus, Pro Max. Followed by AirPods Pro 2nd generation USB-C case, and AirPods USB-C. Followed by November 1st, 2023, we got Apple Pencil USB-C. I know, someone tell me about USB-C, but November 7th, 2023, we got iMac 24-inch M3 2023. Then we got a MacBook Pro M3, M3 Pro, M3 Max 14-inch 2023. We're almost there. Just 3 more years after this. MacBook Pro, M3 Pro, M3 Max, 60-inch 2023. And then we got 3 more years to talk about. There's a buttload to talk about for 2024. The first one we got February 2nd, 2024. We got Apple Vision Pro M2. Then we got March 8th, 2024. We got MacBook Air 13-inch M3. We got MacBook Air 50-inch M3. And May 15th, 2024, we got a Magic Keyboard, iPad Pro, Apple Pencil Pro, and iPad Air 11-inch M2, 13-inch. Followed by iPad Pro 11-inch, 13-inch. Followed by July 15th, 2024, we got iPod Mini Midnight. Wow. September 9th, 2024, we got MagSafe Charger 25 watts. And then September 20th, 2024, we got a buttload of stuff to talk about. Wow. And here they are. AirPods 4, iPods Max first generation USB-C, and then Apple Watch Series 10, Ultra 2, Black, 16, Original, Plus, Pro Max. October 21st, 2024, we got AirPod, iPad Mini, Air 17 Pro. Wow, this is going to be a bit exciting. But anyway, October 28th, 2024, we got Mouse 2, USB-C. Oh, this will be a nightmare. Magic Trackpad 2, USB-C. Again, nightmare feel. Magic Keyboard 2nd generation USB-C. Again, like I said, nightmare feel. Magic Keyboard Touch ID. Oh my god, this is another nightmare feel, USB-C. But Magic Keyboard Touch ID, not the keypad. USB-C. Okay, it makes more different type of sense. But anyway, and November 8th, 2024, we got iMac 24-inch M4 2024, Mac Mini M4 Pro 2024, MacBook Pro M4 14-inch 2024, MacBook Pro M4 Pro, M4 Max 14-inch 2024, and finally MacBook Pro M4 Pro, M4 Max 60-inch 2024. 2025, we got as follows. Okay. Now, this February 28th, 2025, just days after the anniversary, 18th anniversary of LGBM, we got iPhone 16e, followed by March 12th, 2045, we got Magic Keyboard for iPhone iPad Air, iPad Air 16, iPad Air 11-inch M3, iPad Air 13-inch M3, Magic MacBook Air 14-inch M4, MacBook Air 50-inch M4, and Mac Studio M4 Max M3 Ultra 2025. On September 9th, 2025, we got MagSafe battery, MagSafe charger 25 watts QI2. And then Butler, September 19th, 2025. We got AirPods Pro 3. And then we got, yeah, some stuff that, stuff I do recommend, but I need remix have to wait for the October 22nd, 2025 deadline, but that has to wait a little while longer. But it has, continue to read. iPhone, Apple Watch SE free, something like that. Series 11, Ultra free. iPhone 17, Pro, Original Pro and Max, followed by iPhone Air. And then October 22nd, 2025, this is getting outside when I have that remix needs to wait, okay? iPad Pro 11-inch M5, and followed by iPad Pro 13-inch M5, and then MacBook Pro M5 14-inch 2025, and finally, iPad Vision Pro M5, and then 2026 became a nightmare. So I have to read from the beginning, okay? So let's talk about it, okay? January 26, 2026, we got AirTag 2nd generation. Then we got iPad Air 11-inch M4 and iPad Air 13-inch M4. And then iPhone 17e and followed by MacBook Air 13-inch M5, 15-inch M5, and then MacBook Pro, M5 Pro, M5 Max 1460-inch 2026. And then we got Apple Studio Display 2nd generation and XDR. And the one I don't recommend, sorry, MacBook Neo 18-inch Pro. So, no, I'm sorry. And then we got April 2026, the last one of the list, AirPods Max 2. So, that's the headphone side of some things I don't recommend. But anyway, that's the last one for Apple to celebrate the anniversary of Apple. So let's, if I do recommend any of those products, I recommend getting the MacBook Pro, M5 Pro, M5 Max. Either the 14 or 60-inch. These, no. I just probably be best to get a MacBook Pro for starters. For starters, let's get the Mac Mini to try. Okay? So let's get that out of the way. For iPad users like me, get like the iPad Pro a try, like say, or a Mini. So let's get like iPad Mini a chance. And if you do like it, get an iPad Pro, you know. And then, so that's why you can more easier that way. Just like that. If you like Apple like me, get the Apple Vision Pro. So that'll be easier. So I have enough money for stuff like that. You know, that's just my case. Case closed. Anyway, enough about that. Let's move on to what's been, what else is there. Okay, let's move on to the next, oh my god. Next subject about the documentary, and that is, of course, the marketing, okay? And then we'll read it, and I'll get to the corporate affairs, fantasies, environment, and supply chain, and we'll wrap up the documentary from there, okay? Let's start with marketing, okay? Brandy. According to Steve Jobs, the company's name was inspired by his visit to Apple Farm while on the Floridian diet. Apple's first logo was designed by Ron Wayne. Despite Sir Isaac Newton sitting under the apple tree, it was almost immediately replacing the Rob Garnis rainbow apple. Wow, that was a sad thing, I know. Now familiar rainbow color, soil of the apple, the body taken out of it. The logo has been unrightfully referred to a tribute to Alan Turing. The body marketed referring to his method of suicide. That's just sad, man. No. On August 27, 1999, the Apple officially dropped the rainbow scheme and bring on the use of monochromatic logos to renew exorbitant in shape of the previous rainbow configuration. The Alpha Beam version of monochrome logo was used from 1997 to 2003. Grass-speed version was from 2007 until 2013. And Apple interface were actually engaged by the companies at the one time. But this was after the phenomenon has already been firmly established. Apple's eventually Guy Kowalski had called the brand was something that was stumbled upon. Well, John and Ive claimed in 2014 that people have an incredibly personal relationship with Apple's products. Forbes magazine named Apple the most admired company in the United States in 2008, and it was from 2008 to 2012. On September 30th, 2013, Apple surpassed Coca-Cola to be the world's most valuable brand in Automobile Group's Best Global Brands report. Boston Globe's group have ranked Apple as world's most admired brand every year as of 2005. As of January 2021, 1.65 billion Apple products were active use. In February 2023, that number exceeded the 2 billion devices. Wow. 2023, the World Advisors Properties Organization's Madrid yearly review ranked Apple's number of trademarks applications. Fall under the Madrid system as 10th in the world, with 74th trademark applications submitted during 2023. Apple was rated the number 3 company in the world in the 2024 Fortune 500 list. Advertising, okay? Oh man, there's a lot of reading to do. Anyway, Apple's first slogan, "Buying the Apple," was touring in the late 70s. From 1997 to 2002, the slogan "Think Different" was used in advertising campaigns and still closely associated with Apple. Apple was also used as slogans with similar product lines. For example, "Think, therefore iMac" was used in 1998 to promote the iMac, okay? And sale of the iPhone was being used in iPhone advertisements. Hello was also been introduced to Hello Virtual Macintosh, new in iMac. Hello again, an iPod, excuse me. For the introduction of Macintosh in 1984, with the 1984 Super Bowl advertisement, for the more modern Get a Mac advertisements anyway. Apple has been recognized as efforts towards evidence advertising and marketing in its product. However, claims that made but later claims that were criticized. Parts of the 2005 Power Mac ads. Saddens me, I know. Apple's products advertisements gained some of the attention as a result of the graphics and solid choice. Position would benefits like that from an improved profile and as a result of the songs being included on advertisements, including Canadian singer fees with the song 1, 2, 3, 4, and you almost down with the song New Soul. Wow. Who could blame us? Anyway, I know I've been talking about anything else much longer, but it's gonna be and it's hard for me to read anything from stores up until a portion of this whole documentary to around supply chain, but I'm gonna read this when I come back. Stand by. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Stay tuned. Excuse me. Welcome back to the Apple documentary for April Fool's Day 2026. I just came back from, let's say, call my mom, getting ready to do some game segments, and of course, getting prepared for some other things random. Anyways, guys, let's get back to it. Anyways, next up is stores, okay? I'm gonna scroll up a little bit. Down a little bit. Anyway, stores. Anyway, the first Apple stores were originally opened as 2 locations. In May 2001 by then CEO Steve Jobs. After years of attempts but failing store within the store concepts, seeing a need for approved retail presentation with the company's products, he began an effort in 1997 to revamp a retail program to get approved and ship to consumers, and hired Rob Johnson in 2000. John relaunched Apple's online store in 1997 and opened the first two physical stores in 2001. Excuse me, wow. The media eventually speculated when that Apple will fail. But, okay, let me read that. Anyway, fails one day. Anyway, but they received the sales numbers of repeating number nearby stores within 3 years, and within 3 years when that reached $1 billion to annual U.S. annual sales, but the fastest retail in history to do so. Over the years, Apple has expanded the number of retail locations and gradual coverage from that, with 499 stores across 22 countries worldwide. As December 2017, straw product sales have placed Apple among the top tier retail stores. Sales over $16 billion globally in 2011. Apple stores underwent a period of redesign. Began in May 2016, one of the worst years ever. Why? With this redesign included pivotal changes to the Apple stores, such as open spaces and rebranded rooms. It changed the function and values interaction between consumer and professionals. Many Apple stores are located inside shopping malls. And Apple has built several standalone flagship stores in high-profile locations. It has been granted design patients and received architectural awards in the store's design and construction, especially for its use of glass staircases and cubes. The success of Apple stores has greatly influenced over consumer electronics retailers, who have lost traffic, control, and profits due to perceived higher quality of service and products in Apple stores. Due to its popularity of the brand, Apple received a large number of jobs applications, many of which come from young workers. Although Apple stores employees receive above average pay, are often money towards education and healthcare, and receive product discounts. They are limited to no paths of career advancements like that. I'm going to scroll down some more. Market power. On March 16th, 2020, one of the worst years ever in the pandemic year, France fined Apple $1.1 billion. Not dollars. What is it called? Let's see that. Not translate. Hang on. In euros. Oh, okay, makes sense. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's start over. On March 16th, 2020, France fined Apple 1.1 billion euros. This concluding of its two wholesalers do several comparisons to keep price high by employees and resellers. Arrangement created odd prices of Apple products, such as iPads and personal computers, for half of its French retail market. Something like that. Anyway. According to French regulators, abuse occurred between 2005 and 2017 alone, but they were first discovered as a complaint by the independent reseller eBroadcast in 2012. In August 2020, Epic Games, the maker of a popular game, Fortnite, sued both Apple and Google after Fortnite were removed from Apple's and Google's app stores. This is sad, man. No. The lawsuits came after Apple and Google bought the game. It was introduced a direct payment system, but that baptized the fees that Apple and Google have proposed. That's unfortunate, sadly. September 2020, Epic Games found the consequences of fairness, sadly. Together with the 13 other companies, which aims for the fair conditions and inclusion of apps in the app stores. Later in December 2020, Facebook agreed to assess Epic, the legal game against Apple, planning to support the company by providing materials and documents to Epic. Facebook had, however, stated that the companies would not pursue a direct lawsuit, although they commit to help in the discovery of evidence related to the trial of 2021. In months prior to the agreement, Facebook had been dealing with feuds against Apple, relating to the prices of paid apps and privacy rules changes, something like that. Rule changes, something like that. Having added products from Facebook Dead Baby commented stating this: It's not really about privacy for them. It's about attack on personalized ads and the consequences it's going to have on small business owners. Commenting the full page ads placed by Facebook and various newspapers in December 2020. Now, the next bit and the last bit we're going to talk about is privacy. And why is that, you may ask? Well, Apple's probably taking a pro-privacy stance. That to be making the privacy conventions features of certain part of the conference pertains public image. With its iOS 8 mobile operating system 2014, the company started measuring all content in iOS devices through users' passcodes, making it possible at the time that the companies provide consumer data to law enforcement requests seeking such information. Probably risk of codes cloud source solutions advocated a technique in 2016 to do deep tolerance scans for factual data infos on the user location local device, something like that, and wrapping the content before uploading to Apple's iCloud storage system. It also uses difficult privacy related to crowdsourcing data users, while keeping the virtual users anonymous in the system that Weir described as trying to learn as much as possible as a group while learning that as little as possible as a initial edit, something like that. Users especially asked if they want to participate and can actively open out. Anyway, however, Apple has aided law enforcement and criminal investigations for private iCloud backups of user devices, and the company's commitment to privacy has been questioned by its efforts to promote private operations technology in its newer iPhone models, which do not have same level of conventional privacy as the passcode in the United States. With Apple's releasing an update to iOS 14, Apple required all developers of iPhone, iPad, iPod Touch applications directly ask iPhone users permission to track them. The feature called app tracking transparency, something like that, received every criticism from Facebook, whose primary business model revolves around the tracking of users' data and sharing such data with advertisers so users can see more relevant ads. Anyway, a technique commonly known as targeted advertising, something like that. As Facebook measures, something like that, including purchasing full-page newspapers, advertisement, protecting app tracking, transparency, something like that. Apple released an update in early 2021. A study by Verizon Security 30 analysts, something like that, reported only 4% of US iOS users in the United States and 12% worldwide have it open tracking. Prior to the release of iOS 15, scroll down. Anyway, Apple announced new efforts of combating the child sexual abuse material. This is a sad thing I want to talk about. And on iOS and Mac platforms, parents monitor iMessage users can now be alerted in child sent and receives it's disgusting, I know. Photographs. Initially, on-device hashing will take place on media decisions up to iCloud. Hashes will be compared to the list of known abusable images provided by law enforcement. This is a stupid idea, you know? If enough matches were found, I will be alerted and informed. The new features received praise from law enforcement victims' right and bodies. Yeah, that's a stupid thing I wanted to do. But however, privacy and law enforcement that, including the Electronic Foreigner Foundation, commend the new features and is basically highly prone to abuse by information governments. Yeah, I don't know. Our Data Protection Commission launched a privacy investigation to examine whether Apple complied with EU's GDPR law following an investigation into how the company's possessor's personal data was targeted as in the platform. Now, in December 2019, security researcher Brian Krebs discovered that the iPhone 11 Pro will show the error service with that. Spotlight location service are being used. At the top of the screen, while the man located service toggle is available. Despite all initial location services being disabled, Krebs was unable to locate this behavior on our platform. Mouse from that while being asked Apple to comment, was told Apple that this. It was expected behavior. The location service icon appears in the status bar when the location service is enabled. The icon appears for system services that do not have a switch in settings. Apple later clarify that this behavior was to ensure compliance with over wideband regulations in sub-delegate countries. A technology Apple started implementing an iPhone started with iPhone 11 Pro. A revelation that management of ultra-wideband compliance and using location data is done entirely on this device, and Apple does not collect user location data from that. Will Starfarm, an executive security firm Guardian Firewalls from that, confirmed that the lack of evidence that location data was set off in the remote server. Apple promised to add a new toggle to this feature. In later iOS revisions, Apple provided users to open the tab on the location service investigator in control center to see which specific service is using the device location. Let's scroll down more. According to what the published reports of Bloomberg News, on March 30th, 2022, Apple turned over data such as phone numbers, physical addresses, and IP addresses to hackers, posing a new law for exactly for addresses. Yeah, you know, it's doxing, you know. Officials using forged documents. The law enforcement request sometimes includes forged signatures of real and fictional officials. When asked about the legends, Apple representatives referred to the reported section of the company policy for law enforcement guidelines, which stated this: we review every data requested legal farming security and use advanced systems to process to validate law enforcement requests and to state abuse. Now that's unfortunate. That was, yeah. Now, current affairs. This is a lot to read, but a lot to talk about. But this is things to read about. But anyway, let's start with business trends. The key trends for Apple are as much as the official year ends September 24th. Official year, $108 billion. Wow. iPhone, $5.9 million. Mac revenue, billion dollars. Okay. $21.7 billion. An iPad, $19.1 billion. Wow. Wearable home and accessory revenue, $11.9 billion. Service and revenue, USB, $9.3 billion. Net profit, $25.9 billion. Wow. Number of employees, 60.14. Current FAE. Wow. It's a lot of money. 2012, 156, $78.6 billion in iPhone. Wow. Well, $156 billion. Anyway, U.S. travel revenue. 23, 2 on Mac revenue for $1 billion. iPad revenue, $30.9 billion. Wearable home and accessories revenue, $10.7 billion. And service revenue, $12.8 billion. Net profit, $47.7 million. And finally, no employees, K for FTE, $72.8 billion. 2013, $170 billion in total revenue. iPhone revenue is US $91.2 billion. Mac revenue is $21.4 billion. iPad revenue $31.9 billion. Wow. Wearable home accessories revenue $10.1 billion. Wow. Service revenue $16 billion. Net profit $37.0 billion. Network employees FTE $8.3 billion. 80.3. But anyway, 2014 total revenue $882 billion. Wow, that's a lot of money. iPhone revenue, okay, I have to be careful not to kick that. But anyway, $91.2 billion, $101 billion. Anyway, wow. Mac revenue $21.4 billion. iPhone revenue $32.2 billion. iPad revenue, but anyway, iPad revenue $30.2 billion. Wearable home accessories revenue $8.3 billion. Service revenue $80 billion. And net profit $39.5 billion. Now the number of employees, K to FAE $9.6 billion. Wow. 2015 total revenue for $233 billion. iPhone revenue $155 billion. Mac revenue $25.4 billion. iPad revenue $23.2 billion. Wearable home and accessories revenue $10.0 billion. And service revenue almost at $20 billion, but it's $19.9 billion. Non-benefits profits $53.3 billion. Number of employees, K to FTE 110. Wow. It's a lot. 2016, one of the worst years ever. Total revenue, $215 billion. Wow. iPhone revenue, $136 billion. Wow. Mac revenue, $22.8 billion. Wow. iPad revenue, check and see. Oh, there we go. We're in 2016. Okay, $20.6 billion. Wow. Wearable home accessories revenue total is $11.1 billion. Wow. Service revenue $24.3 billion. Net profit $25.6 billion. And finally, number of employees KFTE 116. Wow. 2017, $229 total revenue of $229 billion. Wow. Okay, move on. iPhone revenue, $139 billion. Wow. $25.5 billion on Mac revenue, $82.8 billion in iPad revenue. Wearable home accessory revenue is $12.8 billion. Service revenue. Okay, we're almost done with that, right? $32.7 billion. Net profit, $48.3 billion. Wow. Number of employees, KFTE, 123. Wow, 1, 2, 3 Sesame Street. But anyway, move on. 2018. Number total revenue, $265 billion. Wow. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. iPhone revenue, $164 billion. Wow. Mac revenue, $25.1 billion. Wow. iPad revenue, $18.3 billion. Wow. Wearable home accessories revenue, $17.3 billion. Shares revenue, I'm at 2018 now. Okay, there we go. $39.7 billion. Wow. And net profit, $59.3 billion. And number of employees, KFTE, 132. Wow. Now we got, the next one we got is 2019. Total revenue, $260 billion. Wow. Okay. iPhone revenue, $142 billion. Wow. Mac revenue, $25.7 billion. Wow. iPad revenue, $21.2 billion. Wearable home accessories revenue, $24.4 billion. Wow. $46.2 billion in service revenue. Net profit, we're in 2019. There we go. $55.2 billion. Wow. And finally, KFTE total number of employees, 137. Wow. Next one, 2020, the pandemic year. $234 billion in total revenue. iPhone revenue is let's say $137 billion. Wow. Next one is Mac revenue is $28.6 billion. Wow. The $23.7 billion on iPad revenue. Next one is wearable home accessory revenue is $40.6 billion. Wow. Service revenue, $53.7 billion. Wow. Next one is net profit, $57.4 billion. Another employee from KFTE, 147. Wow. Next one is 2021, $365 billion on total revenue. Wow. Next, and iPhone revenue, $191 billion. Wow, iPhone revenue. Next one is Mac revenue. Is $45.1 billion. Next one is iPad revenue is $31.8 billion. Next one is wearable home accessories revenue is $48.3 billion. Wow. Next one is service revenue, $68.4 billion. Next one, net profit is $94.6 billion. And number of employees, 154 KFTE. Anyway, move on. 2022 is total revenue, $394 billion. Wow. And iPhone revenue, $205 billion. Wow. Mac revenue, $40.1 billion. iPad revenue, $29.2 billion. Wearable home accessories revenue, $41.2 billion. Wow. Service revenue, $38.1 billion. Wow. Next one, net profit, $98.8 billion. That's just a lot of money. Wow. And number of employees, KFTE, 154. Wow, okay. And 2023, total revenue, $383 billion. Wow. And iPhone revenue, $200 billion. This would be a lot. Wow. Mac revenue, $29.3 billion in the Mac side of things. Next one is iPad revenue, $28.3 billion. Wow. Wearable home accessories and revenues next. The total is $39.8 billion. Wow. Next one is service revenue, $85.2 billion. And net profit, $96.9 billion. Next one, and the last one is number of employees, 101 KFTE. Next one is 2024, and total revenue is $391 billion. Wow. iPhone revenue, $201 billion. Wow. And Mac revenue, $29.9 billion. iPad revenue, $26.6 billion. Wow. Wearable home accessories revenue, $37 billion. Service revenue, $96.1 billion. Net profit, $93.7 billion. And finally, number of employees, 164 KFTE. And finally, 2025. Total revenue, $416 billion. Wow. iPhone revenue, $209 billion. Next one is Mac revenue, $33.7 billion. Next one is iPad revenue, $28 billion. Wearable home accessories revenue. Next one is total is $35.6 billion. Next one is service revenue, $109. This will be a lot. $109 billion. 109 billion. Anyway, that. And next one is net profit, $112 billion. Anyway. And finally, number of employees, KFTE, 156 employees. Wow. Next one we're going to talk about is leadership. And that is, of course, it's a lot to talk about here. Senior management. As of March 9th, 2026, the management includes the following. Tim Cook, CEO. Silver Khan is COO. Common Kapara is Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. Catherine L. Adams, Senior Vice President, Government Affairs. A. Cole is Senior Vice President, Servant Health. Craig Furman, Senior Vice President, Software Engineering. Anyway, Greg Goswick, Senior Vice President, Worldwide Marketing. Jennifer Newstead is next as Senior Vice President, General Counsel. Jeremy O'Brien, Senior Vice President, Retail Plus people, something like that. Johnny Story is Senior Vice President, Hardware Technologies. And finally, John Church is Senior Vice President, Hardware Engineering. Board of Directors as follows. As of January 3rd, 2025, the Board of Directors of Apple includes the following. Arthur D. Levison, Chairman. Tim Cook, Executive Director and CEO. Wanda Austin. Alex Jorfi. Andrea Jog. Manja Wazano. I pronounced her last name, sorry. Ronald Sugar. And finally, Susan Wagner. Then we got the previous CEOs. That's the next one. We got Michael Scott from 1977 to 1981, the CEO, the first CEO. Next is Mike Morgana from 1981 to 1983. Then we got John Choi from 1983 to 1993. Then we got Michael Spinner from 1993 to 96. Then Joe Embelio from 1996, 97, and the long-lasting CEO Steve Jobs from 97 to 2011. Wait, is he 55? If I was right, all well for being 55, because I know about being right and all. I was wrong. He was 56. Because yeah, I was so close in that documentary saying he was 55, but he was 56 years old. Yeah, I was so close. Sorry, El documentary, because in that Apple first 50 years, he was 56. But anyway, moving on. Last thing we're going to talk about is ownership, and that will be what we're going to talk about corporate culture. Anyway, as of December 31st, 2025, the largest shareholders at Apple were as follows. The Vanguard Group, 1,430,000,000 shares. 9.72% of shares. BlackRock, 1,150,000 shares, 7.86%. State Street Corporation, 604,060,000 shares. It's 4.11%. Glory Corporate Capital Management, 358,030,000 shares, 2.44%. Fire Investments, won't be doing that. 307,400,000 shares, 2.09%. Morgan Stanley, 230,480,000 shares, 1.57%. Berkshire Hathaway, 227,920,000 shares, 1.55%. JP Morgan Chase is next, 225,420,000 shares, 1.54%. T. Rowe Supplies, 203,500,000 shares, 1.39%. And finally, Norges Bank, 262,000,000 shares, 100.31%. Next up, we're going to talk about is corporate culture. Now, there's a lot to talk about here in this follows, okay? Apple's one of the sort of highly successful companies found in the late 70s that bog in the corporate notions of corporate culture. Jobs has often walk around the office barefoot, even after Apple being a Fortune 500 company. By the time of 1984, television advertisement just launched. Apple's formal culture had been a key trail of differentiated it from its competitors. According to 2011 report in Fortune, that has been resulting in corporate culture more than a startup rather than a multinational corporation. The 2017 interview, Wozniak credited with starting Star Trek and attending Star Trek conventions in his youth, and inspiration for co-founding Apple. It's a company that has grown from being led by a series of differently appointed chief executives. Some may have suggested that they lost some of the original character. No less, it's a motivation for fostering executives that rebellion attracted talented workers. Partly after Jobs' return, Noah's Apple employees have started that project without Jobs' involvement up until longer than others, sadly. But anyway, the Apple Fellows Program award employees for authorities, technical or leadership contributions, something like that, to professional computing. Representatives include Bill Atkinson, Steve Capps, Wanda Holt, Alan Kay, Guy Kowalski, Al Alcorn, Don Dorman, Rich Page, Steve Wozniak, and Bill Scherer. Wow, that was an exciting name. And Jobs intended that employees would be specialists and that was not exposed to far outside the area to experience with that. For instance, Ron Johnson, Senior Vice President of Retail Operations until November 1st, 2011, responsible for site selection, and store service, and store layout. There had to be no control of the treasury in these stores. That was done by Tim Cook, who has a background in supply chain management. I was known for strictly enforcing accountability, responsibilities like that. Each project has a direct principal investable or DRI for short in Apple jargon. Okay? Unlike other major U.S. companies, Apple provides a reality symbol convention policy for executives that does not include perks, something like that. Anyway, I had a hard time reading, but anyway, enjoyed by other CEOs that by country job fees or private use of company aircraft. Excuse me. Anyway. The company typically grants stocks often options except every other year. Anyway. But this is what the charts look like from these universities produced for many of these who became Apple employees. These are the ones from 0 to 1,000. So San Jose State with the most highest ones ever, with 20 schools, the most alumni of Apple. So eventually Georgia Tech went home state of Georgia, where the 200 people who are employees in Apple ever. You know, that's just me. Anyway, in 2015, Apple has 110,000 full-time employees. This increased by 116,000 full-time employees next year. A number of hiring decreased largely due to the first revenue decline. Apple does not speculate how many of its employees work in retail. For its 2014 SEC filing, but the number of expanding half of its employee base. In September 2017, Apple announced they would sell over 123,000 employees. Full-time employees, anyway. Wow. But Apple has a strong culture of corporate sincerity. It has an anti-leak global security team that recruits the National Security and Agency. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI for short, and the U.S. Secret Service. In December 2017, Glassdoor said Apple was its 48th best place to work. Apple originally entered at rank number 19 in 2009, peaking at rank number 10 in 2012, and followed down the ranks in several years. In 2023, Bloomberg's Mark Gorman revealed that this is Apple's Quality Design Group, XDG for short, which is working as closer monitoring the Apple Watch. Gorman compared XDG to Alphabet's X Moonshot Factory. Moving on to the next one, which is offices. Go down a little, if I can scroll down a bit. Okay. Moving on to Apple Park and Apple Campus. Okay. Apple World Corporate headquarters are located in Commercial, California, in the middle of California's Silicon Valley, and Apple Park. And massive career ground scraper building the circumference of in 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers. The building opened in April 2017, housing no more than 12,000 employees. Apple co-founder Steve Jobs wanted the Apple Park to look like less than the business park and more than the nature refuge. They personally appeared more before the Capital City Council in June 2011 to make the proposal his final public appearance before his death. Apple's already opposed the Apple Campus, also known as by his dress. One infant loop. Wow, okay. A grouping of 6 buildings in Corpio that took 850,000 square feet, 79,000 mirrors square feet. Anyway, located about 1 mile, 1.6 kilometers to the west of Apple Park. The Apple Campus was the company's headquarters, opened in 1993, so it was opened at Apple Park in 2017. The building is located at 1/6 Elephant Loop. Range the corporate power around the central green space. And designed that design that been compared to that of a university. That was good. That went off anyway. In addition to Apple Park, something like that, in the Apple Campus, Apple requires something like that excuse me, what? I don't know. Anyway, Apple requires something. Anyway, And the initial furry, anyway, move on. Apple complies and initial furry initial office buildings, but that anyway, started throughout the city of Cabrillo, California, including 3 buildings as part headquarters. Stephen Creek's 3 from 1977 to 1978, Brady 1 from 1978 to 1982, Marshall 1 from 1982 to 1993. In total, Apple acquires almost 40% of the available office space in the city. Apple's headquarters in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, EMEA for short, are located at Cork in the south of Ireland, called the Holly Hill campus. The factory was opened in 1980. Office at 5,500 people. It was Apple's first location outside the United States. Apple's international sales and distributing arms operate out of the campus of Cork. Okay. Now, Apple has 2 campuses near Austin, Texas. Of 216,000 square foot, 20,100 square foot campus opened in 2014. Houses, fire engineers who work on Apple Silicon, and a 1.1 million square foot, 100,000 square root, anyway, campus will open in 2021, which where 6,000 people work in technical support, supply chain management, online storage creation, and Apple Maps data management, and as follows. The company also has several other locations in Burbank, Colorado, Culver City, California, Herschel, Israel, London, New York, Pittsburgh, San Diego, and Seattle. That each employ hundreds of people as follows. Now, let's move on to the next one, which is regulation, which I pronounced it, sorry. And, which, by the way, just trust me, I know. You get the mark of it. Anyway, Apple has been a person and various legal relationship claims since it began operation. In potential, Apple is known for promotes itself as actively and aggressively enforcing its individual party interests. Some regulation examples include Apple v. Samsung, Apple v. Microsoft, Mario v. Apple Incorporated, which is Sasman, I know. And Apple, of course, v. Apple Computer. I know it's hard, but, you know, it's stupid, you know. And Apple has defend itself against charges and numbers of organizations of violating initial privacy rights. Most of it is dismissed. The courts and sales companies know the patient controls, and no evidence of actual use of patients in question. On December 21st, 2016, Nokia announced that U.S. and Germany filed a suit against Apple, which is sad, man, no. Claiming that the layer products and agrees that Nokia's patients. Recently, in November 2017, the United States National Trade Commission announced an investigation into allegations of patient infringement in regards to Apple's remote desktop technology. Aqua Connect, a company that builds remote desktop software, has claimed that Apple infringed on 2 of its patents. Epic Games filed a lawsuit against Apple, which I talked about earlier in the documentary, in August 2020, which is sad, but I know that the United States District Court for D.C., District of Columbia for short. Anyways, related to Apple's privacy in the iOS App Store. I know this is unfair for me. In February 2022, Iverson sued Apple, which is unacceptable right there, over payments of a variety of 5G technology. It's just stupid, I know. Then on June 24th, 2024, European Commission occurs Apple, violating the Digital Markets Act. Proposing app developers and freely sharing commercials of Ivan channels and offers of content. Then, April 2025, Apple was found guilty and fined €5 million, $570 million. I know it's unfair for me. Violating the Digital Media Markets Act. This is unhealthy for me, unfortunately. The company. But anyway. And then finally, lobbying, and we'll move on to fantasies. Lobbying was in the last one. Anyway, for corporate affairs. In 2025, Apple was one of the donors who had funded the White House East Wing donation and planned building a ballroom. That was very exciting. Then, fantasies. Now, I'm going to move on to revenue by market for the Americas. 43.7%, EMEA 25.9%, Greater China 17.1%, whereas Asia Pacific 7.8%, and Japan 6.1%. Now, as of 2024, Apple was the world's fourth largest personal computer vendor. The largest vendor of the tablet computers, which I use tablets to not type, but move the mouse in, but to basically type with a finger. But anyway, the largest vendor of mobile phones. It's a big tech company. Its financial year ended in September 2011. Apple was reported a total of $108 billion in annual revenues. Instead of an increase of 2010's revenues of $65 billion. Nearly $82 billion in cash reverses. Anyway, on March 19, 2012, Apple announced plans of $2.65 per share, divided beginning in fourth quarter of 2012 per approval that by the board of directors. The company worldwide annual revenue in 2013 totaled $170 billion. In May 2013, Apple entered the top 10 in the Fortune 500 list of companies for the first time ever, rising 11 places above the 2012 ranking to take the 6th position. As of 2016, Apple has around $244 billion in cash and prizes and marketing securities. Wow. Which 90% is located outside the United States for tax purposes. Wow. Apple's was at 65%, something like that. Something like that. Of all profits made by the 8th largest, something like that. Worldwide smartphone manufacturers in quarter 1 of 2024, according to the report by category, something like that. In the first quarter of 2015, the company gathered 92% of all earnings. In April 2017, the Wall Street Journal reported that Apple has cash revenues of $250 billion, according to confirmed by Apple as $256.8 billion a few days later. On August 1st, 2018, August 1st, 2018, Apple was the largest publicly traded corporation in the world by market capitalization. Anyway, the planet. Anyway, on August 2nd, 2018, Apple became the first publicly traded United States company to reach $1 trillion market value. Wow. And that's October 2025, value is just as $4 trillion. Wow. Apple's reached number 4 in 2018 Fortune 500 rankings, largest United States corporation by revenue. Wow. In July 2022, anyway, Apple reported that number 11% decline in Q3 profits like that, compared to 2021. Its revenues in the same period rose number 2% year on year to $83 billion. Wow. But its figure was also lower than 2021. The revenue increase is 46%. The general downturn is reportedly caused by slowing global economy and supply chain disruptions in China. That year, Apple was one of the largest competitive spenders on research and development worldwide, with R&D expenditure amounting to over $27 billion. In May 2023, Apple reported a decline in its sales in the first quarter of 2023. Wow. Compared to the data of 2022, revenue for 2023 fell by 3%. Okay, this is Apple's second compared to the quarter, the sales decline. That fall is Despite the current that slowing economy and consumers pulling off purchase of iPads and computers due to increase in pricing. However, iPhone sales held up within a year-on-year increase in 4.5%. According to Apple, demand in such devices was strong, particularly Latin America and South Asia. Wow. Move on to taxes now, and this will be a lot of reading to do, and then we'll just be it anyway. Apple has created disparities in low-tax places such as Ireland, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and the British Virgin Islands to cut their taxes and pay pays around the planet. Wow. According to New York Times, in the 1980s, Apple was among the first tech companies to designate overseas salespeople in high-tech countries in a major manner that allowed the companies to sell on behalf of low tax abilities in other continents. Sidestepping into income taxes in the late 80s, Apple pioneered the economic technique known as the double Dutch sandwich. Wow. Anyway, which reduced taxes by rolling profits through Irish subsidiaries in the Netherlands, then the Caribbean. British Communist Party member of Parliament Charlie Embrix published research on October 30th, 2012, which showed that some manufacturing companies, including Apple, making billions of pounds while apart from the United Kingdom, which were paying the upfront tax rates of the UK Treasury only 3%, were well below standard corporate tax rates. He then followed this research by calling on the Secretary George Osborne to force the manufacturers, some of that. Multinationals, anyway. Which will also include Google and the Coca-Cola Company. The state inflated the rates of tax that pays on the U.S. revenues. UK revenues, anyway. Experts will also said the government contracts said to be withdrawn the multinationals do not pay a fair share of UK tax. Anyway, according to USA report, the company's offshore tax structure concluded on May 2013. You got to graduate from high school, but the next month. But Apple has been billions of dollars in profits in Irish subsidiaries to pay little or no tax in any government by using an unusual global tax structure. The main disparity in holding company that includes Apple's retail stores throughout Europe. Wow. It's not paying corporate income tax in the last 5 years, stating this. Apple is displaying the difference between Irish and U.S. tax with various rules, report said. On May 21st, 2013, Apple CEO Tim Cook defended his company's tax potentials in the Senate hearing. Wow. That is unfortunate. Anyway, Apple said, that is a single largest tax payer in the United States. When the effective tax rate of the employee is 26% in the Q2 FY 2016, one of the worst years ever. Anyway, in an interview with the German newspaper FAZ in October 2016, Tim Cook stated that Apple was the biggest taxpayer worldwide. Wow. In 2016, one of the worst years ever, and after a 2-year investigation, European Commission claimed that Apple's use of the hybrid double Irish tax arrangement constituted this illegal state aid. Wow. From Ireland. Anyway, in order Apple to pay 13 billion euros. Jesus, anyway. $14.5 billion dollars in the U.S. Anyway, in unpaid taxes. The largest corporate tax fine in history. This was declared annual. Wow. The European General Court ruled that the Corporate Commission had provided instructions evidence. In 2018, Apple would pay $285 billion to the United States. So the $38 billion tax payment spread over the following 8 years. It's gonna be a lot of money. Offering average tax rate and the percentage-wise as follows: 2028, 2001, 30, 2002, 25, 2003, 26, 2004, 28, 2005, 26, again, 2006, 29, 2007, 30, 2008, 30 again, 2009, 31.8, 2020, 2010, 24.4, 2011, 24.2, 2012, 25.2, 2013, year I graduated from high school, 26.2, 2014, 26.1, 2015, 26.4, 2016, one of the worst years ever, 25.6, 2017, 24.6, 2018, 18.3, 2019, 50.9, 2020, 14.4, 2021, 13.3, 2022, 16.2, 20.43, 14.7, 2024, 24.1, and finally, 2025, 15.6. It's a lot of percentage-wise. So let's talk, and the next one, and the following in the fantasies, let's talk about charity. Okay? We're going to scroll down a little bit. But anyway, Apple is a partner of Planet Red, a fundraising campaign for AIDS charity. In November 2014, Apple arranged an all-app store revenue in a 2-week period to go to the fundraiser, generating more than $20 million in US. In March 2017, released an iPhone 7 with the red color finish. As in 2021, I was then donated $250 million of Planet Red to Planet Red. Wow, that was exciting. I was Judas finally the fundraisers in times of natural disasters. In November 2012, it donated $2.5 million American Red Cross day relief efforts after Hurricane Sandy. And I thought it was probably the worst years ever because I had brain malfunction that year. Sorry. Anyway, in 2017, it donated $5 million relief for purposes of both Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Harvey. For 2017, Central Mexico earthquake. And the company has used the Unite iTunes platform to encourage donations in the wake of natural disasters, emergency crisis. Since 2010 Haiti earthquake, the 2011 Japan earthquake, the Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines in November 2013, 2015 European module crisis. Operating occurrences that did not occur a possession of other fees and for Apple iTunes donations like that. Sending 100% of payments directly to relief efforts, but it also requires that the Red Cross did not receive any personal information on the users donating and that the payments did not be tax deductible. In April 2016, one of the worst months and years I ever wanted to witness, I want to talk about. But anyway, Apple the Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF for short, not the World Wrestling Federation, sorry, announced that they will have engaged in a partnership to help protect the life on our planet. Apple released a special page on iTunes App Store. Apps Earth, an arrangement Apple has commented through April 24. WWF will receive 100% of the proceeds for the applications participating in the App Store via both the purchases and the page apps and the apps purchases like that. Apple WWF's Apps for Earth campaign raised for more than $8 million. Wow, and this whole proceeds to support WWF's conservation work. Anyway, WWF announced the results of WWDC 2016 in San Francisco, California. Wow. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Apple CEO Tim Cook announced the company will be donating millions of masks and I don't know why, but to health workers in the United States and Europe. On January 13th, 2011, 2021, but anyway, Apple announced that $100 billion eventual justice investment anticipate to help combat eventual racism. It's just stupid, I know. Worldwide after this 2020 murder of George Floyd. In June 2023, Apple announced that it will be donating this and this distributed more than $200 billion to support organizations focused on education, economic growth, and general justice. Half is primary grants and half is central on equally. Wow. This is good enough. Now let's move on environment. Okay? Apple Energy. Apple Energy LLC is wholly owned subsidiary of Apple that sells solar energy, okay? As of June 6, 2016, Apple solar farms in California and Nevada has been declared to provide 217.9 megawatts of solar generation capacity. Okay? Apple has received regulatory approval of construct landfill against energy plant in North Carolina to use the methane emissions to generate electricity. Apple North Carolina's very own data center is already powered by entirely by revenue sources. Next one is energy resources, and that will be some. How long does this read? Wow. Anyway, I'll pause right there. Come right back. Stand by. I'm back, folks. Sorry about that. I have to get some more water so I can talk some more. Anyway, let's get back to it. Anyway, energy resources. In 2010, excuse me, Climate Counts, a non-profit organization, decided to directing consumers towards the greenest companies. Gave Apple a source of 52 points out of the possible 100, which puts Apple into the top category straighting, okay? This was what increased from May 28, 2008, which Climate Counts only gave Apple 11 points out of 100, which placed this company at last among electronics companies for which time to Climate Counts. Also labeled Apple, which is stuck icon. Okay, makes sense anyway. Misspoke anyway. Apple is a time that chose to avoid the climate causes consumers. Anyway, for the Green Place protest, Apple released a statement on April 17, 2012, confirming the end of the use of coal and shifting to 100% renewable clean energy. By 2013, Apple was using 100% renewable energy to power the data centers. Overall, 75% of that company's power came from the clean, renewable sources. In May 2015, Greenpeace involvement in the state of green interest and commanded that Apple's an environmental practice saying that this. Apple's commitment to renewable energy has helped set a new bar for the industry, illustrating the very concrete terms that 100% renewable internet within its reach. Providing that several models of violations like that for the companies that will be built a sustainable internet. As of 2016, one of the worst years ever, anyway, Apple stated that 100% is a U.S. operations fund of renewable energy. 100% on Apple's data centers run renewable energy, and 93% of Apple's global operations run renewable energy. However, the factories are connected to the local grid, which usually contains a mix of fossil and renewable sources. So Apple used carbon offset, some of that, which eventually uses some of that, which are part of the electronic plant eventual assessment tool, EPET for sure. Anyway, allow consumers to see the effort a product has been on the environment, something like that. Each product receives a gold, silver, bronze, red, depending on its ability or subability. Every Apple tablet, notebook, desktop, computer, and display, the EPEAT, something like that, ranks achieves a gold rating, the highest possible of both Apple today is Sears recycled water 35 times. Wow. Decrease activity retail. Corporate data center also increased the amount of water used to fire 70 million gallons of dollars, something like that. 200.2 billion mega free times the square root in 2015. Wow. During the event, it lets me scroll down a little bit. Anyway, on March 21st, 2016, Apple provided status update environment investigate it to be 100% renewable in all of its worldwide operations. Lisa P. Jackson, Apple's Vice President Environment, Metro, something like that, policy and state social investments reports directly to CEO Tim Cook, announced that in March 2016, 93% of Apple's worldwide operations are powered with renewable energy. Also, featured the company's efforts in social paper in their products packaging. 99% of all paper used by Apple in the product packaging comes from post-consumer recycled paper, or semi-eventually managed forests with that. As the company continues to move to all paper packaging for all its products, Apple announced on August 16, 2016, that Lens Technology, one of the major suppliers in China, has committed to power all the glass production for Apple with 100% renewable energy by 2018. The experiment was a large step in Apple's efforts to help manufacturers lower their carbon footprint in China. Wow. Apple now also announced this, that all 14 of its final melody sites in China, they are now covered with UL's zero waste of landfill validation. The standard, which started January 2015, certifies that all manufacturing waste is reused, recycled composites, and something like that, or converted into energy, which is necessary, something like that. Since the program began, nearly 140,000 metric tons of waste have been diverted from landfills, recycled that is. On July 21st, 2020, Apple announced the plan to become carbon neutral, announced the entire business manufacturing supply chain and product life cycle by 2030, which is 4 years from now. In the next 10 years, Apple will try to lower emissions with a series of eventual modest actions, including low carbon product design, mentioned energy infinitely, renewable energy, process and material evaluations, carbon removal. Wow, that would be exciting. Now, in June 2024, the United States Environment Protection Agency, EPA for short, published a report that about electronic computer manufacturing factory teased by Apple in 2015 in San Francisco, California, code name Area. The EPA reported that stated that Apple was partially in violation of federal regulations under the Resource Corporation Recovery Act, RCRA for short. According to a report from Bloomberg in 2018, the factory is used to develop micro LED screens under the code name T159. Wow. 159. Wow, okay. Yeah, the inspections found the Apple production mistreated waste as only subject to California regulations, and that was only had production miscalculated the effectiveness and that of Apple's everything carbon fillers, which fillers violate organizations compounds, VOCs for short, for their air. Wow. The EPA's expected to file in August 2023 due to the attempt for a former Apple employee who had posted his report on X, formerly known as Twitter. Toxins. Anyway, that's the final one? No, it's not. This might be the last two. Anyway, and we'll move on to green bowels, and and supply chain will be the last one. Anyway, following forward campaigns by Greenpeace in 2008, Apple became the first electronics manufacturer to eliminate the all polymethyl chloride, PBC for short, and prominent flame retardants, BFRs for short. It's a complete lie. In June 2007, just months after Elsham was born, I began replacing the cold clarified fluorescent lamp CCFL. I don't know what that means. Well, it means something because it's huge exciting. Anyway, back with LCDs, because I love LCDs to that. But so this compares to with mercury-free LEDs. Back with LCDs. Oh yeah, that was exciting. But that seriously, anyway. Noxious-free glass. Starting with the upgraded MacBook Pro. The opera first comprehensive and transparent information about the chloride 2 square root E. If that makes sense, let me check and see. What does that mean? Common potential GRWP. Anyway, that makes more sense. Anyway, move on. Emissions. Anyway, manufactural materials and electrical usage. Anyway, consider every product and they currently produce or have sold in the past, in which they have enough data need to produce their report. In their portfolio, in the homepage, allowing consumers to make informed purchasing decisions on which of the products they offer to sale. In June 2009, Apple's iPhone 3GS with the free PVC or MBFRs. Since 2009, all Apple products have been mercury-free LEDs, packed with LCDs. I don't know. Sorry. Anyway, it's just not gonna happen. Anyway, also free glass, non-PVC. Anyway, cables. All Apple products and EPDs, ET, something like that. Gold status. The Beats of the latest Energy Star. Love the Energy Star. But anyway, guidelines and these products anyway, percentage regulatory category. Anyway, technology like this is the best. Same with analog. Sorry, Remix. But in November 2011, Apple was featured in Greenpeace guides to greener electronics. Anyway, which ranks electronics manufacturers on sobriety, government energy policy, and how green their products are. The company ranks 4th and 15th. Electronics companies moved at 5 places from the previous year, scoring 4.6 out of 10. Greenpeace praised Apple's industry, not knowing that the company's increased to 70% global rank cycling goal in 2010. Apple continues to soar some of that in the product range, with all their products now being free on PVC products and BBRs for now. BFRs, anyway. However, the guys criticize Apple in the energy squares, but not seeking environmental validation, greenhouse gas and emission data, for not setting any target to reduce emissions. In January 2012, Apple requested that its cable maker Volex began producing halogen-free USB power cables, and then finally green balance. In February 2016, Apple issued a $1.5 billion US green climate balance with that. The first ever of the kind of U.S. tech company the rebound proceeds are dedicated to the foundation of international projects. The last one we're going to talk about is basically supply chain, and then we're going to call it quits for that, and then we're going to sign off this documentary. But anyway, we're going to have to do it anyway. As of 2021, Apple uses hardware components from 43 different countries. Wow. Apple products were made in the United States, owned Apple-owned factories until the late 90s. Wow. However, as a result of outsourcing elements in the 2000s, almost all the manufacturing is now headed aboard. Wow. But anyway. According to the report by the New York Times, Apple insiders believe that the vast scale of overseas factories, as well as especially the quality rates and industrial skills of foreign workers, have so outpaced their American counterparts that made the USA is no longer a very viable option for most Apple products. South Korean firms, including Samsung and LG, work closely with Apple, some of that. Smart partners for the Mac, iMac, iPod, and iPhone before it's increased with the original Taiwan and China. Chinese Apple suppliers such as Foxconn, Wiseman, and Compile Electronics established sizable manufacturing process in China. By the 2020s, the orders were shipping to Chinese firms such as Luxshare, BYD, Electron, Goldberg, and Wintech. By 2021, that was more suppliers for China than Taiwan. Wow. Anyway, that was an exercise control with suppliers and related costs by purchasing materials on their behalf, by measuring their factoring their and training their workforces. The companies, some of that manufacturing format logistics, some of that enable it to the and sell some of that massive products, some of that launches without having to retain large profits happening in investors. In 2011, Apple's profit margin was 40%, compared with between 10 to 20% for most our companies. Cook's catchphrase to describe his focus on this company profit arm is this: nobody wants to buy sour milk. Exactly, Tim. Anyway, in May 2013, the company announced a $1 billion funding project for advanced manufacturing in the United States. Wow. And subsequently, it invested $20 million in Corning Incorporated, a manufacturing company Gorilla Glass technology using Apple's iPhones. The following December, Apple's COO, Jeff Williams, told CNBC that the $1 billion amount was absolutely not the final limit on the spending. Wow. Difficulties. And now, during the Mac's early history, Apple's generally refused to adopt programming industry standards for hardware instead of creating their own. This trend was largely reversed in the late 90s. Beginning with Apple's abomination of the PCI bus in the 7500, A500, 9500 Power Max. Our since joined the industry since standards groups and influenced the future direction of technology standards such as USB, USB-A or USB-C, AGB, hypertext port, Wi-Fi, SCUD, NVMe, PCIe. Numbers in the parts. FireWire is Apple's organized standard and widely adopted across the industry after it was standardized as IEEE 1394. It was regularly manufactured reportedly all cable TV box in the United States. Apple has greatly expanded its efforts to gain the products into the Indian market. In July 2012, during a conference call with investors, CEO Tim Cook said he loves India. Wow. Oh wow, this didn't know. But the Apple saw larger opportunities outside the region. India's garments at 20% of popular products so we manufacture in the company countries in that describe as really as cost of getting products to market. In May 2016, Apple opened the iOS app development center in Bangalore. Wow, Bangalore country. Anyway, gotta slow down some more. Anyway, in the maps development office with 4,000 staff and had combined in March of that year. Anyway, Wall Street Journal reported that Apple would begin manufacturing iPhone models in India. Wow, over the next 2 months. In May, Joe wrote that an Apple manufacturer has begun production of the iPhone SE in the country. Well, Apple has told CNBC that manufacturing a small number of units. In April 2019, the Apple company in Foundation manufactured the iPhone 7 in Bangalore factory, something like that. Keep in mind demand from the local customers, even if they seek more measures from that from the government of India. As beginning in 2020, Tim Cook announced that Apple schedules to open its first financial outlet in India for 2021. While an online store is being launched by the end of the year. The opening of the Apple store was postponed at all costs. It finally took place in April 2023. While the online store was launched in September 2020, the pandemic year. Wow. Anyway, work organizations and Apple Incorporated unions. I'm not gonna read that with this documentary. But anyway, Apple directly employs 147,000 workers, including 25,000 corporate employees in Apple Park and across Silicon Valley. The vast manufacturers employers works in over 500 retail Apple stores globally. Wow. Apple realized a larger and started workforce for manufacturing primarily in China, and where Apple directly employs 10,000 workers across retail and corporate divisions. In addition, 1.4 million workers are trained by Apple's suppliers with manufacturing Apple's products, including Foxconn and Pentatron. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Sorry. That technology part employs 350,000 Chinese workers in Zhengzhou in China. Essentially working the iPhone. Wow. Apple workers around across the globe have been involved with the organization since the 1990s. Wow. Apple unions have remained up in the details, corporate and outstory workers. Apple employees have been joined trade unions with formed from work councils in Australia, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, United Kingdom, and our country, United States. In 2021, Apple together and Soviet Union sought to bring together the company's global workers and organizations. The manufacturing and industrial labor disputes, including union organizations, involving Apple, occurs through and suppliers and contractors, notably Foxconn plants in China, and the rest are interested in Brazil and India. Wow, that's just exciting. Dramatic Democratic Republic of Congo. In 2019, Apple was named and defendant of forced labor and child slavery. This is sad as me, I know. Lawsuit by Congo families. Wow, Congolese family. Of children injured, killed, and combat mines owned by Glencore and Zago Cobalt, which bought battery materials into Apple and other companies. In April 2024, Warriors presented the Democratic Republic of Congo notified Apple of evidence that Apple might be sourcing tomatoes for conflict areas in eastern Congo. Apple policies and recommendations describe Malaysia's efforts against conflict materials. This is sad to me, I know. However, Moyer's enterprise recommendations and suppliers reporting that, as well as a global witness, reporters described the lack of meaningful violations in Apple's parts. In December 2024, DRC filed a lawsuit against Apple's Liberation Societies. Wow. According to them, accusing them to using conflict materials. Wow. In response, Apple said this, in a quote, strongly disputes, these regulations instead, and it was said this, deeply committed to responsible sourcing of the materials used. And that was it. I know it's hard, but it's a long read. Before we go, I want to talk about two more things, okay? One which has to do with the thing I wasn't going to discuss here in the summary, but I will talk about anyway, okay? Right now is the timeline of the Apple II family. And then we'll wrap up with one last thing, and that will be on my camera, okay? Here we go. If I can move my mouse. Hold on, let me see. If we have to read, how long is this? Wow. It's too long. But I'm not going to read the whole country's name, sorry. Let's move on to Timeline of Apple II series, okay? It starts with detailed timeline, okay? April 11, 1976, Apple I. Okay? June 1st, 1977, Apple II. June 1st, 1979, Apple II Plus, Apple II Aero Plus, Apple II J Plus, and Bell Altel. Now, these are going to cost money, a lot of money to spend. And November 1st, 1980, Apple III. December 1st, 1981, Apple III revised. January 1st, 1983, Apple II FreeE. December 1st, 1983. Oh, this will be a bunch of money. Apple III Plus is nearly $3,000. That's impossible for US dollars back then. But anyway, March 1st, 1985, Apple II Chandid. September 15th, 1986, Apple II GS. Apple IIc Maturity and Passion. July 1st, 1987, Apple IIce Population. It's cheaper than it was back then. Wow. In the old days now. Okay. July 1st, 1987, Apple IIe Palladium. September 1st, 1988, Apple IIc Plus. That's going to be good enough. It's cheap! Wow! October 1st, 1989, Apple II GS, 1 megabyte for one free. It's nearly $1,000. Wow. And finally, on March 1st, 1991, something like that, Apple IIe card. It's very cheap. And of course, it's supplying on, this is the very last one. And it just defined on May 1st, 1995, year I was born. So that was Apple II, Apple I, the III family. And we'll wrap up with one last thing, and we'll talk about it through my camera right now. In conclusion, Apple was one of my all-time favorite products since the mid-2000s. I started using Apple when I was a kid. and I enjoy it to the very, very day. You know, when I was started using Apple since this Christmas Day of 2005, I've loved Apple to the very day I enjoyed Apple. But then, like, over 20 years later, I still enjoy it. But in conclusion, Apple will, like I said before, I'll stick with the Mac Mini, the iPad Pro, and so much more. This is all I can recommend. I'm sorry, but these are all the products I need. But in the future, I'll get some other products, but not right now. I hope you enjoy a very, 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 very long documentary I made on Apple, the very first 50 years. I hope you enjoy it. Stay to the next one, babe. Some gameplay segments for the Crazy Bunch video stuff for you guys to enjoy on this April Fool's Day. Until next time, so just by baby, we get more documentaries for you guys very soon. Till then, the Jefferson out. See ya.